with our year-long consultation. We will actually be able to have a contest for the name of this initiative, but for the moment, that will be what we want to call it. It's somewhat of a safe name, as you can guess. It's pan-Canadian, so it's not national, so hopefully we're not offending anybody, but we are recognizing that we want every province, every territory, every drug plan to be part of that. We thought calling it a rare drug was enough. We didn't have to continue to use the word rare disease because also in some respects, some of these will be for drugs that are going to be for very small conditions that are not necessarily totally unique rare diseases, but may in fact be rare subtypes. And we really felt that we wanted to expand to recognize the fact that we need some form of we're calling it a program at the moment. There may be more, and you're going to help us design that. So welcome to this one-day session. Just to let you know that this is the agenda for the day. I'm going to, if we can just scroll down through it a little bit quickly. So why now? I think you've all heard the why now. Why now is because we have the promise of $1 billion to set up this rare drug program initiative for starting 2022, 2023, and we do not want to miss that opportunity. We also have a promise of a supplemental process that will be unique to rare diseases. We have the offer, for actually being able to have ongoing a managed access initiative out of the supplement. So a lot of things are lining up for us to be able to take advantage of implementing this, even while we're all still dealing with COVID. So yes, let's move on. We want to make it, it is multi-stakeholder. Somebody asked before, or several people have, is this in fact, going to be part of the official government consultations? And the answer is that we've been in conversations with people from Health Canada. Hopefully some of them are online with us today. And we are hoping, and we have planned for it to be coordinated so that there is not going to be 2 or 3 different streams that are taken off. And that we're also been in coordinations and talking with people that are involved with the Expensive Drugs for Rare Diseases program. So we want very much for this to be a coordinated process. We also do like the fact that this is a process that is being driven out of the community and not actually being driven by the government. So we hope to get all the stakeholders in, including obviously the community, including governments, but also including industry, also including clinics, also including hospitals. And most important, that we want to make sure that we've got lots of patients involved. And that to me is the essence of what we're trying to do here. So our agenda today, we're going to open with some patient stories and people talking about what they've been doing in order to get access to therapies. And hopefully you'll understand then why we so desperately need a program. What we're going to do then is have the opportunity to flip to hearing what's happening internationally. People ask over and over again, what's happening internationally? What are the best plans internationally? So we have a great international expert, Andre Vidal Pinero, who's going to talk to us about what is happening internationally. And then we'll have an amazing panel who will be able to discuss what can we learn from those? Should we be adopting some of that? Is there in fact a best model out there? What are we going to do here in Canada with that? And then we're going to move into some case examples. We wanted to come back to say, okay, why are we doing this? What are the challenges? I'm going to present to you 3 admittedly difficult scenarios, one around spinal muscular atrophy, and the therapies that have come into that. Cystic fibrosis, I think a lot of you have been hearing, many of the challenges, aware of those, are part of those. What can we do that's better there? And then with 2 bone disorders, hypophosphataseal, hypophosphatemia, what are the challenges that we've been experiencing in terms of getting those drugs to people? So they'll give us some real concrete evidence. You need to pay attention to those because that will be the essence of what you will be using in our breakout sessions. So we'll give it back to you again. We'll have a break for about 20 minutes. So, hopefully you've got something that you can get ready to eat or whatever the timing is for you at that point. We're going to come back then and move into talking about what is our current status. And we do know that lots of things have gotten better. We've had huge advances in terms of how Canadians are actually reviewing getting access to drugs. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about what is still outstanding though, in terms of challenges. And you will recognize that we've got an amazing multi-stakeholder panel here who's going to be on board to talk to us about it in terms of different aspects of it. After that, we're going to flip over to breakout sessions. So all of you will be part of a unique breakout group. And really, we're going to ask you to consider, what would a more ideal program look like? Is it our current program with a pathway that's for rare diseases that could be more flexible? Is it something like what the UK has? And that is a separate initiative what they call the highly specialized therapies that are just for rare, mostly ultra rare drugs, something like the Australians have a life-saving therapies program, something like the Scots have, which is a unique program. Do we carve that out and say, okay, this sits alongside of the regular process? Or do we, but it still uses all of the regular instruments, right? So it still uses catheter and yes, and PCPA, et cetera. Or do we say we need a whole standalone integrated rare drug program? Is that the way in which we're going to be able to get optimal access? Okay, so you're going to talk a little bit about what the criteria are, and you're going to have then the opportunity to, in a very short period of time, design something that will move us forward. We're then going to come back and we're going to share those findings. There's a break that you'll have, and we're asking people to come back. During that break, those who you will have facilitators and scribes within those that we can share those findings. We'll come back, we'll share the findings, share what people said, not definitively, but get some highlights, because that'll lead us into the last panel, which is going to be our sort of a wrap-up panel that says, okay, given what we've talked about, given what you've heard, given the issues, where do we think we want to go? Not to say this is going to design the system, but this is going to point us to what we're hoping will be almost a year long, or at least 8 or 9 months of consultation. Okay, so that's the agenda. All right, I do have some housekeeping that I forgot to tell you there. So what we're going to do then is to ask each of you to put yourselves on mute and to take off your video if you're not in a panel. And you have to do it yourself, because if we do it for you, then it's gonna be hard for you to get back in. So if you're not on a panel, I'm not gonna ask you all to mute your lines and to put take off your video. And then we will bring you back in. Also let you know that the whole thing is being recorded except for the breakout sessions. When the breakout sessions are on, you will be asked to turn your video and your mics back on, because you want to be able to participate in the breakout session. Okay, so I think to also let you know, if you go to the chat function and you punch the chat function, one, you can put in notes in the chat function, so do feel free to use that. But also you'll find in the chat function right now, there will be 2 documents if you hit those. One are the breakout session case studies. So this will be what will guide you through the breakout sessions, but your facilitators and scribes will hopefully be able to help you with that. And the second, if you needed it, is the agenda. So if you want to refer back to the agenda, those are both set up in your chat function. Okay? All right, I think then without much further ado, we're going to move directly into our first panel. So all of those who are on my first panel, I know that Beth is already there. Hooray for Beth. Of you that are in that first panel. Mina, I need you to turn on your camera as well. All the others that are in that first panel. If I can get you to, kind of pop in here. We're going to get started with our first panel. You're going to lead us off. And we felt it was really very important that we lead off with understanding how are drugs being accessed today, some of the challenges and struggles that we have, and also how have patients been able to, what I call, break some barriers in order for us to get to where we are today. So without much further ado, the way we're going to do this is I'm going to ask each one of the panelists to introduce him or herself, and to just give us a very tiny snapshot of what the challenge was, well, the condition that you're talking about, whether it's for yourself or for a family member, the challenge that you've experienced in terms of getting access to the therapy. What is the therapy? Why was it important? And then also, what did you have to do, in order to either get access, or what are you struggling with now in terms of trying to get access, and why is that so very important? So I'm going to start with exactly who was on my screen to begin with right away, and that's you, Beth. So if you don't mind, introduce yourself, and Beth here is a long time now. For us. Beth, over to you.
Terrific. Hi, Durhan, and thank you so much for having me. Again, my name is Beth Vanstone. My daughter, Maddie, was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, a genetic disease, at 8 months old. I'm a director with CF Get Loud, a grassroots organization that is also working to raise the voices of patients looking to access medications, life-saving medications. Cystic fibrosis is a progressive genetic disease that causes persistent lung infections. It also affects the digestive system and most other organs in the body. My daughter Maddie was quite sick as a child, despite hours of daily breathing treatments and handfuls of pills every day in an effort to keep her disease at bay. Maddie was soon spending weeks in the hospital every spring and every fall. By the age of 11, her lung function had dipped as low as 50%. She missed 96 days of school in grade 6 and was living her life from the couch. Maddie's life-changing opportunity came when she was asked to participate in a blind study for the first. It was a drug that would correct the defect in the gene that causes CF. The improvement in her health and her immediate in her lung function went from 70% at the beginning of the study to 115%. It was miraculous. Her life was changing. It was the first drug to treat the disease at the cellular level. Everything else was treating symptom by symptom. Maddie was on Kalydeco for 30 days during the study and then lost access. Kalydeco had been approved by Health Canada in 2012 and was recommended by CADTH early 2013. However, the drug process had stalled at the PCPA. Maddie did not have access due to the drug not being negotiated so that it could not be added to the formulary. Maddie's health once again began to decline despite the drug that could save her. Bureaucracy stood between her and a long, healthy life. We began to advocate by first going to our MPP. He suggested that we circulate a paper petition, which we did, securing over 1,500 signatures. Our MPP was our champion, repeatedly posing the question of when Kalydeco would be negotiated and funded to the minister at Queen's Park. Maddie and I made sure at each and every question that we were sitting in the gallery at Queen's Park. I also called the ombudsman with a complaint re the process. This resulted in a check in every 2 weeks from the Minister of Health. It was another method of keeping the minister's ear and pushing for accountability. We pressed hard for a meeting with the Premier to discuss the patient's urgent need for Kalydeco, and we had that meeting. When a meeting between the PCPA and the drug manufacturer Vertex was held in Toronto, Maddie and I also made sure we were there to show our commitment to having this deal done. In order to ensure we were up to date, receiving accurate information, we also kept in touch with Vertex Communications. This proved helpful when the Minister of Health released a statement to the press that the deal had been completed. Having not heard anything from the company, I quickly followed up and learned that the deal had not been signed. As we had developed a large media following, I quickly followed up with a statement to the press that the deal had not been done. I received a call from the Minister of Health that afternoon assuring me that it would be completed, and I asked her for a letter stating just that, and I received it that afternoon. It had to be in writing. Within days after that, the deal was signed, and Ontario added Kalydeco to the formulary. Most provinces, but not all, followed shortly after. Today, thanks to Kalydeco, Maddie is thriving. Without this incredible drug, I can honestly say I'm not sure that she would be with us here today. We with CF Get Loud in our community continue to fight a very flawed process, and I'm happy to be joining Durhan and Court to continue to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beth. And you know that Maddie won our first Youth Advocate Award. We were so impressed with the work that she did. We're so proud of the fact that you folks continue to be a part of this. And I think that's the power of it. We're trying to get Catherine on, but I think she's having trouble with her Zoom. So I'm hoping she may be able to call in. Maybe if
I'm here, Durhan.
Hey, you're here. Okay. How are you, sweetie? You made it. You made it. Okay. We'll let you go on, and so hopefully your Zoom doesn't crash before we get through. Maybe you can talk again. You know, introduce yourself, who you're with, but also your personal story and what you've been doing in terms of advocacy in for yourself, but also we know, and Catherine's one of our great advocates in terms of our policy work that we've been doing. So over to you, Catherine.
Sure, thanks. Thanks for having me. So my name is Catherine Boivin. I live in Montreal, Quebec. I have spinal muscular atrophy type 2. So when I was diagnosed 38 years ago, there were no treatments, and most patients died in early childhood. Today we have one life-saving therapy that's approved by Health Canada, and that's Spinraza. And there are 2 more that are currently under review. So I've been on Spinraza for about a year now, but the road to access was definitely not simple. Spinraza was approved by the FDA in December 2016. It was approved in Europe in May 2017. So in Canada, we began our advocacy efforts as of March. And as of June 2017, we got an accelerated approval by Health Canada. So QSMA Canada, which is the patient organization, provided patient surveys, met with and spoke to government officials to provide a better understanding of the burden of the disease and the important unmet needs. So despite those early efforts, Spinraza was not recommended at first by any of the regulatory bodies in Canada, except for CADIF, for a small subset of type 1 infants. So the price was basically too steep to justify reimbursement with what was considered to be limited clinical data. So basically it was deemed not cost effective. But this was all, you have to keep in mind that this was based on the same data that was used by Health Canada to approve Spinraza to treat all SMA patients in Canada. So a year later, after more advocacy efforts by the community, letters, petitions, media campaigns, engaging with all levels of government, pressuring the manufacturer to resubmit and renegotiate, there was still no agreement for access for Spinraza. And by this time, at least 15 other countries had gained broad access to Spinraza. So not only for a very small, limited population of the most severe cases, but for expanded use for adults as well. So in October 2018, we finally saw an agreement in all provinces to make Spinraza available for all type 1 patients through the public drug plans, but there were still negotiations ongoing for a broader access for type 2s like myself and type 3s. So I was still not able to access the treatment, and I was experiencing a decline in health. I was losing strength and function and had chronic pain issues because of that. So we have to understand also that Spinraza has to be administered through a lumbar puncture every 4 months. So it has to be done in a specialized center. So even if I could have afforded the drug myself, or if it was covered by private insurance, I still couldn't get it.
Catherine, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm gonna have to move you on because we want to make sure we can give everybody a chance. So if you can just kind of wrap up your story, I think that would be really helpful, and we can have hopefully more time for discussion.
Sure, yeah. So basically, it took until January 2019 for it to be accessible in Quebec only for adults. So to this day, in Canada, it's still only in Quebec that it's accessible for a larger population of SMA patients, including adults, based on a type of managed access approval. And we're still fighting for a broader access across all provinces.
Thank you so much. And it is, as you say, a very long process. Lose function. So I'm going to move over then to Brandon, because I think you'll follow up in terms of the SMA story for us, if you don't mind. If Brandon, just introduce yourself.
Yes, hello, good morning. My name is Brandon Vasey. My son Wyatt was diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy type 1 in July of 2019. And it's for people like Catherine in the Cure SMA community that laid the groundwork for Spinraza. We were able to get his first injection at 7 months of age. From there, we've worked hard and tirelessly for this new drug that's come out on market now. It's called Zogensa. It was approved in 2019 in the United States for approval for any child under the age of 2. Since that time, we've been working since August of last year in order to try to get this drug for Wyatt. The expected benefits of the drug are that it gives better protection for the peripheral and central nervous systems, better organ protection, better fine gross motor skills, eating abilities, and unlocking more physical potentials without having to have, as Catherine had mentioned, the needing to go back every 4 months for lumbar spine punctures. It's a one-time infusion. At the time of Wyatt's diagnosis, we did not have access in Canada to this drug. So the last year has been spent doing everything we can to try to bring awareness and access. As a family, we've tried to, and as a group, there's been 15 other children that have been diagnosed since 2019 with this drug that fall under the age of 2 criteria, that have been fighting with their local, provincial, federal government officials in order to try to bring awareness to this disease, in order to try to get access, because again, there's not approval, and the only way to get access was through a very high price tag of $2.8 million. There's been talks with reaching out to, like, working with families as support a system for one another, to bounce ideas, to get help, to formulate game plans. There's been talk and help with and by Cure SMA Canada. There's been fundraising by each individual family across the country for this drug, because there's no other way to get access. Speaking with doctors, your physical therapist, your occupational therapist, complex care teams, orthotists, respiratory therapists, your LINs for support and for help in battling with this disease. In the beginning of 2020, the drug company Novartis introduced a managed access worldwide program that they were going to offer 100 free doses to this drug based on meeting certain criteria. So applications had to be done with neuromuscular doctors or neurologists. Special access program forms had to be completed for the government of Canada, and that stuff was delivered to them, and then this draw would happen. Wyatt is one, my son was one of 8 children out of the 15 that have been selected so far and dosed with the drug in this country. We've also been fighting for, and Ontario is the first province to have early detection screening at pregnancy. So it's part of the panel. Ontario is the only province. We're hoping that the other provinces will follow suit. And then just as this morning, as I was popping onto this, Spinraza has been approved by CADTH. It just came out about an hour ago. So one less hurdle. We just now need to do the funding, which will be the biggest step. And we really hope that that will not be an issue, because there's 3 other children still fighting for this drug. We've noticed vast improvements of the last 2 months with Wyatt. And I mean, we've done everything in the last year. And if it wasn't for the managed access program, I don't think we would be saying that Wyatt would be having this drug. We're very thankful that the scientific community has kept working, because as Catherine had mentioned, 30 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, there was nothing available. We are so thankful for this drug. We are so thankful for the treatment. And we would hope, though, that it goes through the review board and that pricing happens shortly, so that access can be granted, so that stuff that you just heard about with cystic fibrosis doesn't happen, it doesn't get forgotten. And by giving these kids these drugs, you're going to unlock so much more physical potential. You're going to eliminate.
Brandon, I know you're excited about it. I know you probably go on. I think one of the important things, as both Beth and Catherine and Brandon have demonstrated, is that getting access does not stop the advocacy. And I will echo what Brandon has said. We just got the news release that Health Canada has approved Zogensa. It is the first gene therapy for SMA that's approved in Canada, and the indication is actually better than we had hoped for. In the US, it's approved for children 2 and under, and that's why you saw the mad scramble of so many kids and parents trying to get access to the gene therapy. But in fact, it is now approved for on a weight basis. It's even more expensive than the European approval. So children up to a certain weight, regardless of age, will be able to get access. It doesn't mean that everybody will get access. It's not meant for everybody. It is going to be still very limited, but it is absolutely one of the bright spots in terms of what we know in the, so that press release, it says just gotten out, and we echo Brendan. Let's make sure that it doesn't happen, that we've got another 6 months or a year before those children that are waiting can get access, because we do know that the sooner they can get access, the better it's going to be for them. So we do not want to have that same problem. So good news right on the heels of what Brandon is saying. And it's really basically due to people like Catherine and Brandon in the community that we've gotten to this point, but to everybody else as well. Okay, so I'm going to move quickly over to Mina, who's going to give a slightly different story and some of the challenges we've got and kind of what the advocacy challenges ahead of us. So Mina, over to you.
Okay, I'm with Answering TTP. Sid, the president, has asked me to represent Answering TTP and tell you a bit about my story, a quick story about a bit of history of what I've gone through. And we're trying to fight for this new drug that's been approved in the US and other parts of the world, but not Canada. And I want to tell you how important it is to me as a patient to get this approved. I've been fighting thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura since 1994. My last episode in 2011, the doctors were scratching their head. I almost lost my life. And because of the Answering TTP, knowing Sid, I was able to locate a physician in the US that was an expert in TTP. And then I had my physicians, my hematologist, talk to this doctor in Ohio. And it was a drug that he recommended that I was able to survive that time. So now Capla has been introduced lately. And I'm afraid because I'm in that boat where my enzymes are staying quite low and I could relapse. And we know for a fact that Capla does help this disease. It helps with the clots, to reduce the clots. And we've had a couple of patients have had Capla as a compassion drug when they were relapsing. And we have proven, of course, data that it's helped patients with TTP. And so I'm hoping that we can, it's been declined. And I'm hoping that we can bring it back to the table and have it approved for patients, especially patients that relapse, like myself. It could save my life or anybody else's life. Patients that do relapse, they need the help with Capla. And I'm hoping that we can bring that back to the table and have that approved.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mina. And, ATTP, of course, is one of those very challenging conditions because it is not an inherited condition, but it can, come up spontaneously, say at any time. And at that point, it's life-threatening. And what happens, of course, is that you don't have a chance to actually wait to get that therapy if, in fact, if one could benefit in terms of being able to either, as you say, rescue you or to keep you from having to be a prolonged time in hospital. So not having access to it ahead of time is actually, could in fact be, as you say, pretty much of a death sentence. So thank you very much, Mina. And it is, inexplicable why Canada, it's been approved by Health Canada, but both of the reimbursement agencies have said no, whereas in most of the countries, it's being made available, including the UK. So thanks a whole lot. Okay, my last one is going to, I'm going to ask Sharon to come back in terms of cystic fibrosis. It's not because we're inordinately fond of cystic fibrosis that we're putting them on so much. We've had great relationships with the cystic fibrosis community. And quite frankly, I think Sharon's one of those cases where you do have one step forward and two steps back in terms of where your challenges lie. So Sharon, over to you, please.
Thanks, Doreen. Yeah, my name is Sharon Stepaniak. I'm from Alberta, and I have 3 children, 2 of whom have cystic fibrosis, my 13-year-old daughter and my 8-year-old son. As Beth mentioned, CF is a fatal progressive disease, primarily affects the lungs and digestive system. CF is a rare disease, and my children have 2 rare genes even within that population. They have R17H and P67L. So while life expectancy of CF has increased due to better treatments, and we now have a new generation of drugs that can treat the underlying cause of the disease. While these disease modulators are not a cure, they're the closest thing to it for the CF population. One of the genes that my kids have, R17H, works with these life-changing drugs. The drug Kalydeco could proactively treat their disease, but is only approved for adult use in Canada for their gene. This is due in part to the rare occurrence of their gene, making it more difficult to provide robust enough data to show children would benefit from it. I can say with certainty that the assumption that children with R17H are not symptomatic with CF until adulthood is false, because my children were diagnosed based on symptoms. They have had multiple hospitalizations and interventions and are seeing disease progression. Kalydeco is currently approved for 9 genes in Canada for 12 months and up, except for R17H that got left behind, and we have to wait until they're 18. If, for example, my daughter waits until she's 18, I could see a maximum of 60% lung function by that age. They're falling through the cracks. There's multiple costs associated with delayed access to these medications, further costs to the healthcare system, lost wages for their caregivers, and for my children, who I believe will have a narrower career path due to their declining health. And the emotional cost of losing out on a life that is possible, but is being kept out of their reach by this delayed access. I joined advocacy efforts over a year ago, and with our lead advocate in Alberta, we were able to secure a meeting with the Alberta Health Minister through a letter writing campaign, media, and social media. We now regularly meet with the Alberta Health Executive members to keep up to date with new developments to affect the CF community and push for modulators for all CF patients. It wasn't an easy road though. There was a lot of no's along the way, and for every time we heard a no, they zigged, I zagged. So they say, we did a letter writing campaign, all the media, and they said, no, we can't give you a meeting. And I said, yes, you can. And this is why you need to give me a meeting. And I followed with an issues manager. I spoke to the chief of staff. I just kept pushing, and we did meet with them. And now we have a relationship we continue to build that I think is unique in Canada. I believe we received the access to our government because we approached it in a positive way and with collaboration. We focused on building the relationship with people on the multiple levels of government and media, and we created momentum and made sure our message was heard. Relationships are key to opening doors. I never know when a relationship I have built will help in this fight for access, but I've been able to leverage so many of them in unexpected ways. I also believe that with rare diseases, people don't care initially because they don't know enough about it. And it's up to me to educate them and make them understand how they can best help Canadians with CF. Like I said, I've been told so many times, but I continue to leverage my resources. I find different ways to access the people I need and to challenge them to beat us and at least listen. And that perseverance has worked out so far. I just don't accept no for an answer because I'm fighting for my kids and for so many CF people across Canada. And I know that these modulators, they deserve to have access to them, and I just keep fighting. So.
Thank you very much, Sharon. We've only got about 4 minutes left, so I'm going to flip over quickly. Beth, how does that make you feel? Now listening to Sharon, because how many years has it been since you and Maddie were there fighting for Kalydeco? Now we're hearing very much Sharon in that same spot because her child has a mutation that is not recognized as being included, even though we know in other countries her child would actually be getting access to Kalydeco. So Beth, what does that mean to you? Did I lose Beth in here? Maybe I don't actually. Beth, you're on mute. Can you unmute? There you go. So I was wondering, how do you feel? How do you react to what Sharon's saying? Because it sounds like she's back in the same spot that you were with Maddie so many years ago. I'm not sure she's hearing me.
And Dorian, I would say, yes, you're right. It is approved in the EMA. So
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I'm so familiar with that battle, and it's so very frustrating, and it's the same path that we all have to take, knocking on doors, raising our voices, repeating over and over again the changes these drugs can make in the lives of our patients, our family members, or ourselves. We do so much work prior to getting to this point. I know that each and every one of the people on this call have worked fundraising, have worked sharing their stories, and have worked in participating in research studies. And we get this far, and then to have those life-saving drugs held without reach is just like a slap in the face. And I think we need a better pathway, like you said, and like we're working for, because we have Kalydeco, we have Trikafta, you have the drugs that you have coming through, but those aren't the only ones. I'm in this fight for not as long as you, but however, like this is 9 years now. And we don't want to have to fight and knock down doors every single time. So I think it's really sad, and in many cases the diseases progress. In the case of CF and the SMA, I believe, you know, time is of the essence. We need to get this through, and there has to be a better way for these. There's a way for everything, and some drugs can go through that path, but in our cases, that's not a path. Lives and are being lost. So I feel for her, and we'll keep fighting for sure.
Thank you so much. And I know everybody says there, maybe just a really quick, I'm going to pivot over for a minute or half a minute. Catherine and Brandon. So we just got the announcement, Zogensa has been approved by Health Canada. What do we do now in terms of this battle? How do you think we ought to proceed?
I think the best course of action would be exactly what's being said. You shouldn't have to rely on a family to keep having to kick down doors. I feel the politicians don't listen to the best extent that they could. And I think there's a lot of more coordination that could be done through CADETH and through pricing so that these delays don't happen. I mean, you shouldn't have to wait years and years and years to be promised and always told and always reaching and always pushing. And then every time you get to a point of like, okay, we're at the final stage, it was, oh, sorry, there's another roadblock, there's another barrier. I feel bad for everybody. Like, I was in that position. I mean, if we didn't have this drug, I don't know what, I mean, it's very frustrating and it's tiring. And on top of being a caregiver and a parent and a husband, a wife, a worker, I mean, it just drains you. And then every time you approach someone, I mean, we talked to about 30 politicians, you know, you get the yeah, and then you just kind of get brushed aside. And I feel like people need to listen. Like, we were based on a society that offers treatment and offers healthcare for all, and all should have access. And we're not talking about this as, you know, frivolous drugs. These are drugs that are for diseases that are affecting people, not all people. So, I mean, you're looking at the cost benefit analysis. I mean, if you could treat this child and help them, whether the disease is, you're keeping them out of the ERs, out of the hospitals, out of needing.
Let me interrupt you, Brandon, because I know we're just out of time, and I wouldn't mind just pivoting to Catherine and give her that very last word. Catherine,
absolutely.
Thank you. Catherine, we've got Zogensa. What would you say to whomever, government, to the reimbursers, et cetera? What do you want to see happen? Hopefully she's still on with us.
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Yes, I mean, I would say that, you know, it's time that our government step up, as Brendan says, and not wait for us to raise hell every time. But we need, you know, but for a longer term solution, we need a system, a program that's proactive, that's going to foresee those roadblocks ahead of time and let us find solutions before it becomes delayed access. So we need collaboration at every step of the way, you know, between government bodies, between patient groups, clinicians, and manufacturers from the get-go. And that means starting with, you know, what data and what methodology is going to be used to review the drug. So we need to be able to foresee that and to have the right people at the right time involved in getting all the information that the decision makers need to make the right decision.
Thank you so much. And we hope that this panel has given you, I mean, we know everybody here knows that these are, in fact, as we say, life and death situations, and these drugs are urgent. And we cannot afford to go to what Beth and, you know, Catherine and everybody's been talking about. We cannot have 2, 5, 7 years before we get access. So this is the opportunity to design that better system. So during today, we will have some opportunities to build on these stories and to talk about it. So thank all of you so very much. My huge thanks to Beth, to Brandon, to Catherine, to Mina, and to Sharon for sharing your stories. And you'll be with us, and as well as some of the other patients. So we need to work together on this. Thank you guys so very much. And with that, I'm going to ask you to switch off your cameras, and we're going to move almost immediately into a really exciting panel from a very different perspective. I'm going to pivot over then to looking at what is the international context that we can draw upon, hopefully, to help us in terms of designing that better system here in Canada. And to lead us off, I think I know he's here because I think I saw him earlier. We've had a great opportunity to have Andre, I'm not sure I'm getting his last name right, Andre Pinero from Takeda, who is going to present to us a synopsis around what's happening internationally. And then, as I said, we've got an amazing panel who's going to be able to respond to it. So Andrea, I'm going to turn it over to you. Maybe just briefly introduce yourself, and then I think you're going to be managing your own slides, right?
Yes. So hello, everyone. Thank you, Duran, for the very kind introduction. Let me start by saying that it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege, actually, to be sharing my experience from a global perspective with you. And I truly hope that this will fuel your discussion on how to shape this unique opportunity in Canada. So if you just bear with me with 1 second, I'll get the slides going.
And where are you, Andrea, at the moment?
I am in Switzerland.
Okay, perfect.
So I am originally from Portugal, but I am based in Switzerland, where I am responsible for the global market access team leading the gastroenterology space. But before that, I did a lot of work in rare metabolic diseases, rare hematology, rare genetic diseases. So it's within this context that I am happy to present to you some of the learnings I had over the years in dealing with rare diseases. So just level setting, I think this is not news to anyone, that standard health technology assessments, they're not particularly kind to orphan drugs. And the reason being, in my opinion, it's the uncertainty around the assessment of these technologies. Because of the rare nature of these conditions, we very seldom have large data sets within our clinical studies that really allow for a very rigorous assessment of what is the amount of the benefit that these products are offering. And something that is sometimes lost in the discussion is also the fact that often we don't have a deep population-wide understanding of the natural history, the economic, the societal, and the patient burden of these diseases. So you have all of this uncertainty, and then you slap on that what odds are is a high cost per patient, and it's basically a recipe for disaster with a rigid standard process for health technology appraisals in many countries. So this actually leads to an unfortunate situation where, because the uncertainty around the outcomes is so big, manufacturers will look at, from a glass half full perspective and say, look at all of this potential benefit that this technology can offer. While understandably so, the payers will look at all the potential risk, right, and the lack of value for money that these technologies represent. And sometimes, unfortunately, this leads to irreconcilable differences. And people like Maddie and Catherine and Brendan and the rest of the folks that share that story get caught in the middle, which is very, very unfortunate. So in the context of trying to understand exactly what can move the needle when it comes to access for rare diseases, internally at Takeda, we conducted an exercise looking at 32 countries in Europe, and across different dimensions, we looked at what are the specific policies, frameworks, measures, legislation, whatever that can really push further the care and the access to treatment for rare diseases. And I'm really sad to say that when it comes to the access component, we have very, very few good best practices that should be inspirational for other markets. And I would also love to tell you that it's the same countries appearing in all of these different dimensions. They're really not, okay? So what I'm going to do now really is to try to provide you with some cases from different countries that touch on these different dimensions. And hopefully we can then have a very interesting discussion with the rest of the panel on those cases and learnings for Canada, okay? So let me start with value assessment and reimbursement. And I think we cannot not talk about Germany. For those who are not familiar with the German HTA and drug assessment, it's actually fairly straightforward. So first, it starts at EMA approval, and by law, all drugs, orphan and non-orphan, are automatically reimbursed in Germany. And then the manufacturer actually sets the price for the first 12 months while the whole HTA and price negotiation occurs. At the end of the 12 months, the process is complete. And this works like clockwork, okay? And it involves 3 steps. So the manufacturer will submit the evidence dossier to the the GBA, and the GBA commissions the IQWiG, which is the HTA Institute, to assess the level of benefit of the technology. So the IQWiG will then assess what is the right clinical comparator in the context of Germany, and evaluate the benefit of the technology into 4 parameters. So it's improvement in mortality, in morbidity, quality of life, and safety. So as you can note, it's purely a clinical-based decision and assessment. The IQWiG gets the final assessment, passes over to the GBA. The GBA holds a public hearing that includes representatives from the regional health authorities in Germany, representatives from the payers, from the physicians associations, from patients, from the manufacturer, where the assessment is discussed. And in the end, they decide to either rectify the IQWiG recommendation or a step, or change it. And that benefit assessment then carries over to the price negotiations, where the manufacturer negotiates the price with the national representatives of the sick funds. So what's the problem is that, the IQWiG, they're very German about the way they do the assessment. They're very, very prescriptive on what constitutes a relevant and accepted endpoint, what are the methodologies that are accepted, and they're very structured in that approach. And fortunately, from the get-go, they understood there was no way rare orphan drugs would do well in the system. So immediately in the genesis of this, when they redesigned the whole thing in 2011, they crafted out a separate pathway for orphan drugs. And there are several privileges to the orphan drug, and the eligibility is simply orphan designation from the EMA, right? It automatically puts you into this track. The most important of these exceptions is that at the end of the HTA, you get automatic additional benefit, which then allows for much greater flexibility in the price negotiations that doesn't lead to bureaucratic situations where the payers would say, well, I will not allow you to cost more than no treatment, which would be an absolute bizarre outcome that otherwise could occur. What's the catch here? Is that there's a cap from a budget perspective related to affordability, which is 50 million euros. And if that product crosses over that line, all of these privileges are gone, and you immediately trigger a full-blown HTA assessment with the rules for non-orphan drugs. And 9 years of experience, what have taught us is that, well, drugs that get automatic benefits because they're rare and then have to go through full-blown HTA assessment, they get no additional benefit, not because they don't have a benefit, but instead because formally the HTA does not accept the type of evidence that can be developed under the conditions of a drug disease, a rare disease. And this is a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy because it's exactly the reason why they built the separate pathway to begin with. So now what the GBA is trying to invest is gather manufacturers and the sick funds and collect real-world evidence for these orphan drugs in a way that the right evidence is collected after the reimbursement. So when the time comes to go through the full-blown regular HTA, they have everything ready so they can have a much better conversation on the real value of the technology. Okay. So I'm going to change gears a bit to something which, it's incredibly important based on the testimonials that the folks had earlier, which is the reality that Germany is an exception. Most countries take months, if not years, as we heard, to conduct the HTAs, negotiate the price, and finally make the product available to people that need it. And France has a wonderful mechanism, which is called the ATU, Authorization for Temporary Use, that allows for early access to these life-saving therapies. So there are two modalities. One of them is the nominative one, which is much more of an exceptional basis, which is more common to what some other countries have. The interesting one is the cohort ATU, and this is basically a proper phase 4 study, right? It's conducted, even started before EMA approval, for in diseases that are, that have a very high unmet need. And what happens is that you're collecting additional information all the way until the HTA. So instead of taking a decision and then go measuring what is missing, the French are doing the other way around. So maybe we'll start on collecting the data that we know is missing. So when the HTA comes, we have much better evidence to support the decision. And by the way, we accelerate access to patients quite substantially. And there are a couple of the other innovation here is that the manufacturer can actually choose whether they provide the treatment for free of charge during this early access period, or they can get it reimbursed. And there are some cost control mechanisms in place to make sure that that things move along in a timely manner. Okay. So I want to move to another dimension, which is in terms of reimbursement and how these therapies are assessed. I think it would be fair to say that access to orphan drugs in England can be rather complex. So you have the standard NICE pathway. Duran mentioned already. There's also the highly specialized technologies pathway that is more recent, and you even have additional pathways with direct commissioning with specialized commissioning in the UK. And I guess one of the elephants in the room really is, is the cost per quality type of assessment feasible at all in orphan with orphan drugs? And I want to quickly go through the HST, because I think this helps provide a lot of valuable information to answer that question. So NICE actually recognizes that such a simple utilitarian approach is unlikely to recognize the particular circumstances of ultra rare conditions. Right? So we're not talking about the whole spectrum of rare, we're talking about the ultra rare spectrum of these diseases. There are a few eligibility criteria, such as, the care can only be delivered in a very few centers because of the specialized nature of the technologies. Needs to be a lifelong condition, and obviously the technology needs to provide lifelong benefit. And how is this different than the traditional NICE pathway? Well, the first one, and so important, is that it sets a broader scope for evidence, down to qualitative evidence and testimonials from patients and specialists. And this goes back to what I mentioned before, because not always the natural history of these diseases are well understood. And the knowledge do not reside in peer-reviewed papers, but instead in the patients and the specialists that live with the disease and treat the disease. And this allows to further extend beyond what the NICE typical assessment does for this type of evidence to be considered. The other point which is important to recognize is that the ISO threshold is much higher than the typical NICE pathway. But the other thing to understand is it's higher, but it's still there. So the HST still works under the assumption that even with a higher level of uncertainty, there needs to be a reasonable expectation that the technology is cost effective at the higher threshold, okay? Which is also another very important thing to keep in mind, and how it would translate the learnings to Canada. I want to talk about the Cancer Drugs Fund, because I think in here we hit two notes. The first one is almost like a cautionary tale, and the second one is furthering the trends that we're seeing in Germany and other countries about the real world evidence collection. So originally the CDF was created back, I think, in 2012. Personally, I think the cardinal sin of the origin of the CDF was that this was a pot of money that was carved out specifically for technologies that had been appraised by NICE and not been recommended. So this triggered immediate criticism across the board, with people asking, well, where's my diabetes drug fund, or my rare disease drug fund, or even question, why do we bother with doing the NICE process if in the end we're going to go and fund it from some other pocket? On top of this, there was chronic overspent throughout the lifetime of this first iteration of the CDF. Every year they would put a pot of money against it. They would overshoot. The next year they would increase the pot. They would overshoot, and all in all, they ended up spending around 35% more than what they expected to begin with. There was a lot of constant changes to the configuration and the type of assessment. So, for instance, a common criticism back then is there's no real, transparent criteria which drugs go into the CDF and the ones that don't. There was an attempt to create like a scorecard where the technologies would be graded, and you would have a rating. The rating would then support prioritization decisions, but then that never happened that well. And in the end, it got to a point where enough is enough, and there was decided we're going to put the CDF and integrate it with the NICE assessment. So since 2016, NICE, when assessing an oncology technology, they can say recommended, not recommended, or recommended within the CDF. Okay, and first of all, the eligibility for that is there already needs to be a reasonable expectation that the technology is cost effective. The data may not be there yet, but we may be within the ballpark. And then what happens is that over the next 2 years or 3 years, real world evidence is collected to inform the subsequent assessment where the definite yay or nay from NICE is provided. And to help on the cost, there's a clawback mechanism that makes sure that if the CDF spend goes over, then they will claw back the difference to keep things within budget. And finally, I want to talk about Italy. Why? Because of managed entry agreements, value-based contracts, innovative schemes, whatever we want to call them. This is important because up until now, I think these things were discussed a bit on an ad hoc basis, right? But we are now entering a phase where a lot of curative therapies are coming to market, right? And what was before something that was optional to consider, it will in the future probably be mandatory. And why? Because if you have a genetic disease that you treat once and offers the potential of a cure, the value of that technology is going to be directly proportional to this extension of the benefits. And often we don't know how far it goes because the manufacturer would study up to 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So far, so good, but when will it stop? So it's a very complex situation to really assess what is the value of those type of treatments. And value-based contracts can actually help in breaking that, shortcutting that catch-22. Well, we don't know, then we don't know how much it's worth, and it goes round and round, and in the meantime, things get delayed. So how has Italy, cracked the code on the MEAs? You need to understand that Italy is a highly regionalized healthcare system. So they have around 20 different regions. And back in the day, it was an utter mess every time a patient had to go and seek care from a region that was not their hometown. So IFA, which is the National Regulatory and HTA Agency, created this infrastructure in 2005, originally aimed at being a claims database, and in 2012 was upgraded to a true scalable real-world evidence and registry system. Okay, and because it's modular, it allows you to put more and more programs into it, and everyone uses the same system, so everyone is fairly versed in it. And through these different registries, they monitor pharmacovigilance, appropriate use of drugs, epidemiology, and most importantly, they get the data that is ever critical when you want to associate the clinical outcome of a treatment with its payment. Okay, and as of last year, this has become so commonplace in Italy that they have 71 active managed entry agreements at the national level, with over 48 different products in 45 distinct therapy areas. And if you look at the proportion of these managed entry agreements that are outcomes-based agreements versus the rest of the world, the OECD countries, the difference is absolutely abysmal, right? So more than half of the MEAs in Italy are true outcomes-based agreements because they have the infrastructure needed to collect the data for those contracts. So I hope I have provided you with some case studies across some different dimensions of access to orphan drugs in Europe that could allow for a fruitful discussion. And I'm happy to thank you all for your attention and pass it on to my fellow panelists for the discussion.
Okay, that was an amazing tour de force, Andre. So I was actually thrilled when I first spoke to Andre, because what we got was, as he says, not only some knowledge and information, but a bit of annotation in terms of what is really happening, what does work, what are the requirements around it, and absolutely recognizing there's no free pass here. There's nothing that we could just say, okay, why don't we just do that? And we can, kind of scoot through here in terms of our solutions for Canada, but a lot of great stuff, as you say. So it is my extreme privilege and a little bit daunting to introduce then the rest of our panel, because we do have a stellar panel internationally and in Canada. So we've invited Mike Drummond, who is with us here from the University of York, John Doyle, who's with Pfizer, and I think somewhere in the US at the moment, Josie Godfrey, who is with Zebra Consulting, formerly the Associate Director over at NICE with the Highly Specialized Therapies Program. We have Rosalie Weiner, who is with us from the C.D. Howe Institute. So a great set of experts coming from slightly different perspectives who using, I think what Andre said, but also their other knowledge and experts are going to help us in terms of trying to say, okay, what do we got in terms of other models? What can we be taking in? What should we be paying attention to? So I actually have an opening question, ask each one of the panelists maybe to respond in turn, and at that time also turn on your mics and your video and introduce yourself. I think maybe my first question really is, based on what Andrea said, all of us have come out of systems in which we've had common drugs that have been evaluated and made accessible, and to some degree have maybe modified them. What do you see, based on what you know and what you've heard, how drug programs have been able to, evaluation programs, assessment programs have been able to accommodate rare disease drugs? How well has that happened? What are some of the success factors? And as we say, taken away from what you've heard here, what are the key outstanding challenges and deficiencies? So that's a big question, but I thought it might just open us up in terms of discussion. And maybe, as I said, I'll invite the panelists I've just introduced to open up their mics and their videos. And Mike, I'm just going to turn to you immediately maybe and ask you to briefly say hello. And then also, if you can give us a bit of your own overview. What are we learning? How well have we been able to accommodate? And what do we see as the big barriers in our way towards access for these rare disease therapies?
All right, well, thanks for inviting me. Hello, everyone. So I'm an economist, and my field of expertise is economic evaluation. That's conducting cost effectiveness studies. And I think an important thing I should say is that I work across all disease areas and rare diseases, non-rare diseases. So I'm kind of seeing this from a broader perspective. I have written a few things on orphan drugs and the particular challenges in trying to do health technology assessments. And I've just been working on a study rather similar to Andre's, where we've been looking at practices in around 30 to 40 countries, mostly in Europe, but a few from elsewhere. And I think to answer your question, there seem to be three things that make this process a little bit better. We actually looked at which countries had what we call supplemental processes for orphan drugs. That is, the things extra to their standard HTA process that they applied to all health technologies. And I think there's three things that came out. One is that you probably need to have different evidential standards. Andre touched on this, that you're not going to see a lot of big RCTs. Some of the measurements for quality of life are probably not as well developed for rare diseases. There may be a lot of use of surrogate outcomes and that kind of thing. So to try and apply the same evidential standards, I think you probably wouldn't get very far. So some of the better programs do have a different evidential standard. I think the second thing is, if you have a different process, sometimes you have a different committee, and over time that committee gets a lot more used to dealing with the problems with orphan drugs. And we've had a few cases in the UK where something that you would say should have gone through the highly specialised treatment programme went through the standard programme, and the committee just didn't know what to make of it because they're used to looking at drugs where there's, 2 or 3 RCTs, big patient populations and so on. And then the third thing I think is the willingness to pay threshold, that some of these processes allow for a higher threshold for orphan medications. And I think to try and pass a lot of these therapies with your standard decision-making rule just isn't going to work. And I think you're much better off starting from a point, well, it's going to be a different level of willingness to pay, and what would be the reason we would give to everybody for having that different willingness to pay. And in the sort of field, the parlance is talking about modifiers, things that would modify your standard decision-making criteria. So those would be the 3 things that I've seen that might be something to think about in the context of a country like Canada.
Thanks so much, Mike. And I know you've given us some perspectives in the past. And as you say, it's not just a straightforward changing of any one of those indicators. Just can't change the eyes. You can't just change, as you say, the willingness to pay or the level of evidence, but maybe somewhere in there, the flexibility of accommodating those to some degree. But you did mention as well, the highly standard specialized therapies program as being something that might be looking at these somewhat differently. And to do that, I'm going to pivot over to Josie, who's actually worked in that environment, and maybe, your take as well. So, you've worked to certainly in NICE, and you've had the opportunity of helping to shepherd some of these drugs through the HST program, but maybe just a brief, indication in terms of how well you feel that certainly did work as a separate process, and for the drugs, how that might apply here. And, is that something that is a model that we should be thinking of, or are there some changes even to that you would recommend? Josie, maybe just introduce yourself as well again.
Thanks, Dane. So I'm Josie Godfrey. I set up and ran the highly specialized technologies program at NICE and the predecessor body before that. So I now support a range of patient groups and companies in rare and non-rare diseases, but my background and heart probably does very much remain in the rare disease world, I think. I'm delighted to say I agree with health economists today, which it doesn't always happen, so that's always exciting. Good to hear your views, Mike, and I would really echo those. I think just to add really a couple of things from my experience, and really importantly to note that in the UK there isn't something that captures all rare diseases. Whether it's Scotland, whether it's the highly specialised programme at NICE, these are for a small subset really of the treatments that we're talking about. And it's very easy to get excited about those differences and forget that actually for the vast majority, they are going through committees who are unfamiliar with the challenges of rare diseases. They are addressed a lower willingness to pay threshold and a higher evidential standard. And those things certainly, Mike, I agree, need to be tackled. I would probably just add that there's really important role for patient organisations here, which I think is perhaps not fully addressed by NICE or others, both in terms of that deep understanding of the disease. And the more uncertainty there is, the less evidence there is, the more I think there needs to be a role for that. I think the UK probably is one of the leaders in the field in terms of bringing patients into the decision-making and into the process. I'd say there's still more to go, and I hope that Canada will really embrace the patient involvement. As you know, I've been involved in a project Hercules where the patient organisation is driving all the evidence generation at a disease level in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So really important to understand what can be done, be very pragmatic, I think, in terms of what the evidence standard should be, what is possible within a rare disease and what is possible within a development timeframe, in order to inform decisions. And again, I think taking that pragmatism into the approach. So in HST, I think when it's been successful, and certainly when the predecessor program was reviewing products, there was a pragmatic understanding of the limitations, and the most successful moments were those of real dialogue, where it was less confrontational and more dialogue and approach and understanding about the realities, the limitations, and the expectations on different sides. And I think that that is a really quite a fundamental shift from some HTA programs, particularly with what's called the evidence review groups. So those independent assessors of the evidence who sit outside of the decision making, and really neither can be expected nor are able to really take that nuanced approach to rare diseases and the challenges they face. And I'll leave it there.
Well, no, that was an important leave it, Josie. And, you know, I've heard you speak obviously before, and you've been also very helpful for us as well in other forms. But let me pick up on that, and I'll pivot back to, you know, John and Rosalie as well, because I think this is an important part, and I'd love to punt it to everybody, and maybe especially back to Andre and Mike as well, when Josie talks about the patient engagement and the importance of having, you know, everything from patient-reported outcomes and their definition of what the benefits are. We heard Catherine talk about it in the very beginning, you know, how they actually made the case for SMA, you know, with Quebec, and being able to bring in what is the impact on the patients beyond, you know, the kind of standardized measures that we saw in the clinical trials, and how that actually made a difference. So how do we, you know, and maybe Mike is an economist, your, you know, Josie's fondness of your perspectives notwithstanding, how do we, and Andre, how do the systems take into consideration that patient perspective and things that are maybe not easily quantified either in terms of an ICER or a willingness to pay threshold? Either one of you. Andre, maybe I'll punt it back to you. You've got the wide breadth there. Do other systems, you know, are we able to embrace this? And or is it at all important based on what Josie said?
So I'll leave the UK to Mike and Josie. They will be able to to talk about that much better than I do. I think it's increasing, and unfortunately not fast enough. Recently, I forget the year, 2 or 3 years ago, for instance, in France, they started to allow patient organizations to share their views on what is living with these different conditions. And this is not just for rare diseases, it's for everything. And provide more color and insight into the unmet need of these diseases and the, you know, journeys, you know, the pathways and referrals, diagnosis, et cetera, et cetera. In Germany, as I mentioned, patient representation sits in the GBA. They do not have voting power though, which I feel is a bit, it's falling a little bit short of what it should be, you know, but it is what it is. And as Josie said, I think in the UK they have a much longer history of really, you know, weaving in the patient voice and the patient perspective into the assessments than many other markets.
Okay, Mike, what are you thinking? You know, so you didn't actually highlight that in terms of some of the modifications, but how do we get that patient voice, or is it important, or is it actually a distraction? You know, should we not be giving credence to that? Does that lead us with a lower quality kind of a recommendation or decision?
No, I mean, I'm a firm believer in that kind of patient representation at the meetings. To say how successful it's been, I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't attended enough meetings. We do have, as part of our European Union project, we are actually observing the HST meetings in England and equivalent meetings in Scotland, and then doing a kind of a debrief with the various participants in the meeting afterwards about what they thought about the discussion, including the patient representative. I think in the UK context, well, say English context, it's quite important because not only is NICE working with QALYs, it's also trying to use a standardized measure for QALYs. Generally, it uses the so-called EQ5D measure. It's its preferred approach. And so if that measure isn't sensitive enough to pick up important changes, it's useful to have the patient's perspective, sometimes supported by the physician perspective, to try and explain to the committee that, you know, these things are important that maybe don't show up on that quality measure, because that's still NICE's primary outcome measure for making a decision. So I think it is quite important just for that reason, if not others. But I mean, as I say, I haven't seen enough of these committees to know, you know, give a general view about how it works. I mean, you know, sometimes I think it probably gets more confrontational than it needs to be, which doesn't really help anybody. But maybe others have a better.
Undergoing a huge review right now in terms of their overall, you know, evaluation methods. So I'm going to pivot over. Thank you so much. Pivot over to John Doyle, who I'm just so delighted was not only able to join us, but able to move a whole bunch of stuff around to make sure he could join us. And again, you know, providing, well, John is on this side of it, as you guys like to call it, the pond with us in North America, but also bringing an international perspective. Maybe I'll go to you, John, because coming from an industry as well, you know, you've got knowledge inside in terms of what you're trying to make happen in terms of the, you know, submission of these therapies and getting them reviewed, but you've also got some really broad experience as well with regard to the assessment of them. So my question back to you, you know, what are you seeing in terms of these other systems? Is there anything we can be learning even from the American systems in terms of the access to these therapies?
Yeah, thank you, Darren. And just to commend the presentation by Andre, comments by Michael and Josie. I'll try to build and not repeat, because I do agree with the comments that were made. I see a three-pronged strategy unfolding in the U.S., but I actually see a lot of application of that strategy in Europe as well as some of the emerging markets. The first prong is about a more holistic valuation of a product and the support services, patient support services that are wrapped around the product. And that valuation, I think, is becoming much more holistic, so that it's not just the clinical factors and the economics, but it's also humanistic factors. You know, Michael had mentioned the EQ5D. I think with the advent of all the wearables and sensors, there's a lot more opportunity to measure quantitatively the patient experience. I'm finding that large plans in the US in this particular space in rare disease are much more open to understanding a quantitative assessment of patient preference around their experience, and also social factors. So not just the individual humanistic factors that we've become pretty adept at measuring with quality of life scales, but social determinants of health in terms of factors that impact them in the community level. So access to nutrition, education, transportation, safety. You know, these factors are increasingly part of the value equation with regard to rare disease. And so therefore, that necessitates data collection and evidence development, and also methodology to measure. And I see some interesting experiments in terms of holistic valuation. The second prong is related to what Andre already presented in terms of the movement, the shift toward risk-based contracting, value-based contracting. I'll be very concise to say that in this space in rare, we have to solve for not just willingness to pay, which is what we've been doing for many years now, but ability to pay. And it's something we can't avoid. You can't do one without the other. It's like two sides of one coin. So we have to determine, you know, what is the annuity payment scheme? You know, what is the risk sharing, risk pooling that we're advocating? But the evidence development around willingness to pay has to match up with some type of scheme around ability to pay. And the onus is on the industry to help there. And then last but not least, because I think actually my last point is the engine to make it go, is we need to do a better job of building real world data platforms, distributed networks of data hubs that aren't reliant on integrating everything into like the cloud even. It's more distributed behind the firewall that lives inside the institution. It runs like a master protocol essentially, where we're collecting real world data on treatment process, risk factors, outcomes, to fuel the outcomes-based contracts for the future, and also to demonstrate the value of that holistic assessment that I had mentioned. So that's the three-pronged strategy that I see unfolding, which is exciting, but also puts a lot of pressure on us. I think as a team of collaborators to determine how do we develop the proof points behind these strategies.
So really relying as much on new technology, new forms of collecting that real world evidence to be able to come back to not only quantifying the benefits to patients, but also doing that in a real world basis on a go forward basis. So some of the things, certainly, you know, Andre, Mike, and Josie already talked about, but maybe being able to capture that. Well, we will say that as Pfizer, who have been able to deliver a vaccine in 9 months, you guys ought to be able to do this. So we will look forward to your providing that scientific know-how into this direction. So now we come to the hard part, Rosalie, and that is here in Canada, you know, as an economist here, hearing all of the discussion that's taking place, what do you see? Can we do this? How should we be doing this based on the systems we have now? Is there a feasible pathway for us to be able to take advantage of certainly not only the other system, but some of the discussion and recommendations we've heard here?
I think certainly, but I would say that given, we'll say, Canadian complexities that are just sort of inherent to the way our system is set up, that we wouldn't necessarily want to simply import something that was working or appearing to be working elsewhere. I guess one of the things that I would like to point out is part of the reason that orphan drugs or high cost drugs end up in a different pathway is that the standard pathway doesn't work. And so one of the things that has been really consistent through this discussion so far is that those different pathways are activated by things that can be calculated in dollar amounts. So dollars per quality adjusted life year, dollars for total market size. And so really we've already, the system we have has inherently made it necessary to be able to calculate everything into a dollar amount. And that just because the market size exceeds a certain volume, a certain size, or a rare disease might not be quite so rare that it now goes into a different pathway. Really, I think that the issue is around how we set those thresholds and really the way that we think about the thresholds as being dependent on the market for the drug, not dependent on the characteristics of the disease. And so I think that if we're going to have different pathways for rare disease drugs, one thing that I haven't seen, I would say, in a fully developed way, would be looking at a way of setting thresholds in different ways that take into account disease indications, you know, patient complexities, as opposed to the impact on budgets. And the impact on budgets is important. And at the end of the day, as much as we would like to be able to access all new promising treatments and have them be publicly covered so people can, so anyone can access them in Canada, there is a budget, and that budget does have a limit. And one thing that I would say as an observation from Canada is that prices is not really the driver of increasing drug costs. It's that Canadians are consuming higher volumes of drugs, but also really significantly, it's the drug mix. So I guess when we're thinking about rare diseases as separate, I would like to sort of bring it back into the more general pathway of all treatments, where we see this, you know, it's just a time trend where we've been able to reduce prices because a lot of drugs came off patent, and that those savings are now kind of ending, and we're getting new patented medications which are driving prices or driving up costs for public programs. And really the costs aren't so good, but the fact that we have new treatments is a good sign. And so we need to ensure that public spending on drugs is affordable, but I don't think that we should think of rare disease drugs as completely separate from the total drug spending landscape. It may need a separate pathway for approval, given that the different evidence standards, smaller numbers of patients could justify higher willingness to pay, and all of those factors are things that we are, I would say, somewhat well informed about, but thinking about it as a completely separate pathway might not be helpful in terms of building a system that can be not ad hoc or have these issues with sorting particular drugs into the wrong category where they would be covered if they went to one committee and not covered if they go to another. That's really the thing that we want to avoid with whatever system we build. And so I think that there should be, if not a completely separate pathway, different thresholds for evaluation or different characteristics that would potentially activate the idea of bringing patients forward when we can't have big clinical trial groups. And so I think really thinking about the characteristics and how we set thresholds is going to be important. And really, the thing is that it's just the thresholds are always problematic. You can decide what the dollar value is or the market size is, and inherently some things will fall just below or just under that threshold. So thinking about how we can determine which pathway or how the pathway will be laid out, I think will be the innovation that Canada could make on, say, some of the managed entry agreements or different evaluation pathways that we've seen in other countries. And I think we absolutely should use those things. I just think that we can maybe push them a little bit further and think a little bit more creatively about what these things mean in the real world as opposed to their impact on budgets.
Okay, so that's there was a lot there, and definitely. So you're saying it isn't so much the disease itself, but really what is the therapy, and how is that therapy going to be impacting a whole bunch of criteria, including the budgets, but beyond that as well. What are the challenges that are needed in order to make that that therapy available? And it may not necessarily be, as you say, based on the characteristics of the disease itself, but maybe much more in terms of the drug itself. So let me flip it to everybody else. So Rosalie has kind of come in, not necessarily with a totally different perspective, but saying, it isn't just that we need to have a pathway for rare disease drugs, but there are many drugs that come in with these kind of challenges. There are many drugs that could benefit from that patient engagement, patient input, and that we need to, or that may have some challenges around the ICERs. So what are we building a separate pathway for rare disease drugs, and if so, what does that mean? Or are we looking at something that, as we say, has greater flexibility in it or customization depending on the therapy?
Yeah, can I come in on that?
Yeah, of course.
I think Rosalie set out a really interesting conundrum there that I know NICE has been thinking about this because they're having a methods review, and one of the issues is, well, we've got a standard threshold of 20 to 30,000 per QALY, and one for end-stage disease of 50,000 per QALY, and highly specialized from 100,000 per QALY up to 300,000. Well, why do we put things into these different buckets? Could we have some kind of like a whole spectrum, that all drugs would fit somewhere on the spectrum, or all diseases? And I think it's an interesting idea, and maybe something to mull around, but what we've struggled with in the UK is that you can think of different characteristics that might justify, a higher willingness to pay, severe disease, a treatment where there's no other treatment available, a large gain in benefit that's life transforming, but then how do you operationalize all that to put it into the kind of, your willingness to pay? And we have had another paper that kind of follows the budgetary line, whereby we said, well, if you want to depart from your standard willingness to pay, how would you know that you weren't paying too much? And so what we back calculated the threshold for different patient population sizes based on the assumption that, the manufacturer should get a similar rate of return, from producing and marketing a drug for a rare disease as they would from a common disease. And you do get some pretty high thresholds with that, but the paper is the only paper I've ever had to send to 5 journals before it got published. So either it was a very bad paper or a very controversial paper. I know everybody dislikes it because the industry thinks it doesn't generate high enough price, numbers, and the government thinks it's me trying to justify, high prices for orphan drugs. I mean, we weren't trying to do either of those things, but I think you would need, as a payer, you do need some benchmarks to kind of reassure you that, you're not being price gouged. And actually the impetus for that paper came from a paper written by two Canadians, which you may have seen, by Cote and Keating, that basically said, these drugs shouldn't be those high prices, and they gave reasons why. And so that was the thing that set us off on that track. But I think Rosalie's idea is an interesting one.
Okay, so I mean, pricing obviously is an important factor in here. It's obviously not the only factor, but I mean, that kind of brings us back to some questions around, when we look at even very innovative therapies, we talk about some of these adenoviruses for gene therapies. We talk about CAR T as a technology. Would it be a different price if we're talking about CAR T that would be limited to a very small subset of, the high risk leukemia patients that have not responded to anything else? So I've got a very small number versus CAR T that would be applying to a large group of cancer patients as first line therapy. Would you want to have a different threshold? Would that be a difference? When we're talking about some of these adenoviruses, if we were to load it with a gene that would be for a very small patient population, like we might have for SMA that we heard, would that be different if we were to do it for a huge patient population like we might use for a COVID vaccine? Should that make a difference in terms of what that threshold might be? It's the same technology, it's the same drug, kind of, right? And in fact, the benefits might actually be somewhat the same, so is it a system that has to take into consideration that as well? And that may be way outside of what we even want to talk about, but I found it intriguing as Rosalie, as you were saying, that really kind of is not something we can avoid. But maybe I'll punt it back up to you folks. Where do you see this discussion going? How does it fit in? Or even John, from an industry point of view, how would you deal with that?
Well, I certainly agree with the statement that a lot of the methodology improvements that we've discussed are applicable across the board, and I like the idea of a spectrum. That said, just being a pragmatist and reflecting on meetings I've had with large commercial payers, rare disease earns a separate consideration because of unmet need, because of severity of disease, because of lack of treatment alternatives. And with that segmentation, that special category, there's latitude. There's some flexibility around how to demonstrate value and how to do that over time and generate real world data. So I do think it's worth considering that avenue that's afforded rare disease pathways, and it allows us to sort of laser in and try some new things because of the size of the population, and trying those new experiments around financing and annuity payments. That is very complicated and difficult to do across larger disease states, and therefore you won't have this. I've found, at least in my personal experience, the same level of reception and partnership on the payer side as you do with the rare disease products.
Oh, so that's an interesting notion. Again, you can almost pilot something in terms of a methodology, whether it's from assessment to evaluation or financing, that you might not want to do when you're looking at it for certainly a very larger population. Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to just circle back to each one of you and maybe ask you to give us sort of your closing kind of a comments. This is much too short for us to actually have had for this discussion. And I really apologize. I should have opened it up for other people to actually ask questions. And I realized I was kind of hogging all the airspace by capturing you for myself in terms of interest. So I really do apologize, because I'm sure there are a lot more people out there who would ask you, I'm certainly, some really burning questions. But let me circle back to you and ask you, just in terms of, kind of what we've discussed here, but also coming back, as we're moving forward in terms of looking at what we want to do in Canada, are there some closing thoughts that you have, if you want to make it as recommendations, that's great. If you want to talk about lessons learned, or if you just want to talk about what are some of the things we need to watch out for, what might you say? Andre, I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you. So I'll just kick things off and say that first and foremost, you have a wonderful opportunity here to discuss all of these things, right? It may not need to be a completely different new approach, maybe some small tweaks. Looking at some of the cases before, I think the technical aspect also needs to be met with some dose of pragmatism on what works within Canada, because just copying and pasting from other countries to Canada, it doesn't work, right? The other thing I was going to say is that you need some core foundational principles for these decisions, as well as Mike was saying. If you put a continuum, and by the way, the Swedes have been doing this for years and years, they don't set a hard threshold. They set a threshold based on how their perception of the severity of the disease, but then can lead to a point where, well, then why are you doing cost effectiveness to begin with? Because you're arbitrarily setting the thresholds, depending on the disease and depending on who assesses it. So you might as well just skip the whole thing off and do like the Germans or the French are doing in just a simple, benefit and go from there. So having those core principles is going to be absolutely critical, because at an extreme, we looked at the case of the CDF where those bases are not well established and that are not coherent with the rest of the process. It can completely jeopardize the whole thing.
I love that thought about core principles. I think we need to have even whole sessions that we just really talk about what are the principles we want to go with. Mike, can I ask you the kind of same thing?
Yeah, sure. Well, I do have a general rule that I never recommend anything to another country, but I think the things I would say are that on balance, having a supplemental process is probably the way to go, because for the evidence consideration, not so much whether it's tied to a different budget or different willingness to pay. I think you need a committee and a process that really understands the difficulties in generating evidence in these diseases. And the standard committee, they just expect things that they're never going to get. I think it's also worth thinking about what would be the reasons for paying more for orphan diseases, if anything, just to make it clear to patients who suffer from other diseases. I think obviously in the orphan space, you have a primary responsibility to those patient populations, but I think there's still the need to explain it to other patient populations who aren't getting therapy. So I think the modifiers and reasons why you pay more are quite important. And then thirdly, I think I would, as others have said, make use of these outcome-based managed entry agreements, because one of the things we find when, the word that comes up most in the committee meeting is uncertainty. Like, we're not certain. So I think if you can work with the payers to, limit their risk exposure in some way, I think that's helpful to everybody, including patients. So those would be my three things.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And we haven't talked about uncertainty here very much, but that is, as you say, a huge factor when we're even looking at kind of calculating that value assessment. And, a lot of what we're doing is trying to, as you say, to reduce that uncertainty, whether it's currently, in terms of the models or over time. So that's really important. Josie, so Mike has talked about supplemental process as well. Any thoughts from you in terms of having been part of those supplemental processes as well?
Yeah, I think it's really important to remind ourselves sometimes that within the rare disease community, we use it as shorthand to not just mean small patient populations, but to mean really high unmet need, really severe disease, often genetic conditions, lifelong conditions, but pediatric conditions. So we're encompassing some of the most vulnerable patients. And I think it's easy to get lost by the word rare and focus just on the population. This is a group of people, by and large, who are in need. And any solution, I think, any separate approach, and I do agree that that's helpful, and the caliber of a committee is essential for them to be able to engage in some of the complexities. But I think sometimes we can overcomplicate things. So whilst I would never want to recommend anything in detail for another country, I would say put that lens of, is everything we're doing going to make the decision better or quicker? Is it actually going to improve our process? And are we ending up with something that's pragmatic and proportionate, considering the limitations we've discussed and considering the extent of the need in the community?
Brilliant. Thank you very much for, again, bringing us back into that patient perspective there. John.
Yeah, I'll build on that comment because I think that is the key. You know, reflecting on the value of patient input, qualitative input is necessary, but not sufficient the way I think about it. And we have to do better at quantifying patient input, patient preference. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity to do so when you think about the value of orphan drugs. There's functional value that helps simplify these patients' lives. There's emotional value in terms of bestowing upon them a value of hope. There's social value in terms of a value of being connected better to society. And what I'm sensing in discussions, negotiations with agencies and with payers is that they're willing to essentially recognize that value, but in the absence of a methodology that's been validated and proof points around quantification, they can't connect it to their equation. And so the onus is on us as a collaboration of researchers to essentially come up with those methods and proof points around quantifying patient preference.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And last, over to you, Rosalie, bringing it back home.
Well, I would say that I think I agree with pretty much everything that the rest of the panel has said. I think that we need to base our approach on core principles and that those principles need to be consistent. And that given the complexities, a supplemental pathway with, you know, more expertise or better or different information requirements could be a good idea. And if I had one warning sign, I'm just going to echo Josie, beware of administrative delay. I'm saying it a lot more bluntly, but just, you know, in terms of and thinking about the managed entry agreements or ways of advancing access so that we can actually collect that data and address some of that uncertainty. I think right now we have a very rigid system where even if something is approved, it may not be accessible. It may not be accessible because the evidence standards we just don't have enough of whatever particular kind of evidence. And so, you know, really thinking about that and how do we get better and more information about the things that are currently difficult to get information about, but ensuring that while we're doing that, patients aren't waiting. And that if a drug is going to be available, even if it's not yet on the public formulary, that we can start to work with you know, more flexible market entry in ways that can benefit both, where industry can get access, patients get access, but as well the government can, you know, there can be risk sharing and you know, that comfort on the payer side. So I think there are some of these mechanisms that we can use, but whatever we do use, it should be at least concurrent with our current system and not create additional delays in our sort of stepwise process of approval to then finally getting public coverage in individual provinces.
Brilliantly said. Thank you so much. And bringing it back, as you said, from Josie as well, to say, what are the realities for people at home and these therapies that are coming in? So can we make sure that we don't actually delay by whatever it is that we're bringing in? So appreciate it. Really huge thanks to the panel. I cannot thank you enough for, you know, staying up from where you are, from calling in from where you are, from making the time for us in that schedule. And you know, we will probably call upon you again because we've got a year of consultations in front of us. And we really do want to get to something that we can put out there and say, this is a way forward and let's work on that together. So thank you again so much, Andre, Mike, John, you know, Rosalie and Josie, thank you so much. And we will certainly take what you said and I think hopefully be able to build into our discussions today, but into the future. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so we don't have a break, but we are going to make a very quick, swift pivot. Angela, I'm going to turn it over to you to sort of set us up for the next panel, because we have, this is actually a pre-recorded panel, so full disclosure, but I think you'll find it really quite engaging and builds on what we've said already. So Angela, I'll turn it over to you. So welcome back to our third panel. I'm really excited to have the opportunity to have three experts with us. We're going to walk us through some of the challenges and opportunities using three examples of disease categories and the therapies that have come in over the last few years for these conditions. So we're going to have Alec Mckenzie from CHIO. We're going to have Leanne Ward, who's also at CHIO, and John Wallenberg, who represents Cystic Fibrosis Canada. So to start with, what I'm going to do is to provide you with a brief timeline of the timeline for the submissions for the Health Canada approvals and for the applications for access through the health technology assessment agencies, and a little bit about where they are now. This is going to be a context for our experts to talk about how these approvals and timelines have actually affected their ability to either serve their patients or the patients in their community. Okay, so we'll start with the timeline. All right, so just a very briefly then timeline case studies of drug access. First one is going to be around Spinraza. As you can see, Spinraza is a drug that is submitted to Health Canada back in 2016 and was approved by Health Canada for all children and adults who had a very particular deletion 5q SMA. It was in fact submitted to CADTH then for the health technology assessment in 2017. And at that time, they came with the request for it to be made available to a variety of patients. And at that time, they came back with a fairly narrow approval, which would be for all patients who had 5q SMA gene deletion. But, you know, they had to be under 26 weeks of the disease diagnosis, and the SMA symptoms had to be evident from the first week to 7 months. And the patients could not actually at that time be on any kind of permanent invasive ventilation. So much smaller subset than what was approved for in the Health Canada indication. Resubmitted then to CADTH in about 2018. And after resubmission and also submission by the patient and clinical community, came back then with a revised, updated a recommendation from CADTH that it would be for, again, pre-symptomatic patients with 2 or 3 copies of the SMN2 gene, or would have disease duration of under 6 months with 2 copies of the SMN2 gene, and symptom onset from the first week to 7 months, or this was the bigger change, under or 12 years of age with symptom onset less than 6 months, and they've symptom onset at less than 6 months, and the patients have never been able to walk independently. So again, a improvement in terms of the age, but quite significantly less than what the overall request was. And it went in 2019 then for negotiations for with the PCPA for access in the public drug plans. This is kind of a little bit of a quick snapshot then in terms of where they are now. So again, it's only still being available to pediatric patients, and again for patients who were either not asymptomatic in the early stages, but also patients who could be now under the age of 18 with symptom onset over 6 months of age and never achieved the ability to walk independently. So at least in terms of some of the provinces, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Alberta, were able to get a much broader indication. And then in Quebec, for the treatment of actually, the agreement in Quebec was that they would actually have access if they showed any genetic test with a mutation or deletion of the SMN1 gene. So much, much broader access under the Quebec agreement. So, but quite different, as we can see across the provinces. Just very quickly then to talk about Kalydeco. Kalydeco is a treatment for cystic fibrosis. Not to go into deep details of what the treatment actually is. I just want to walk you through the timelines. You'll hear more from the experts in terms of why it's in fact works the way it does. But what you can see is in 2011, 2012, there were the submissions after following some pre-submission discussions. 2012, then Health Canada gave it an NOC for very specific set of deletions, but fairly expansive for over 12 months, up to 25 kilograms, and again for over 6 years, but less than 25 kilograms for other gene mutations. So for some of the same mutations, but providing for a broader patient population access. 2014, submission was made to CADF, and what you got then was an agreement for, in 2015, for patients over the age of 6 years with one specific mutation, ongoing advocacy by Cystic Fibrosis Canada on all of the additional mutations. And it took until about 2019 to have PCPA agree on price negotiations on the additional mutations. In fact, though, not all of those mutations are actually even available in all of the provinces. So quite a long period of time from the approvals to the point where patients are getting access on the other mutations. This then is just a very quick snapshot of Orphaned, also for cystic fibrosis, submitted in 2015. Again, for a different subset of cystic fibrosis patient, got NOC in January on the basis of the clinical evidence in terms of improving lung function, reducing lung flare-ups, improving nutritional status. Sorry about that. And it was indicated for those patients who had 2 copies of the most common mutation, F508 deletion. In 2016, then, when the submission went into CADF, there was an initial recommendation, which was somewhat debated. In their final report, they responded they should not be reimbursed for patients over the age of 12 years homozygous for this deletion. They chose not to approve it. 2018, there was in fact a resubmission back into CADF, came back with a recommendation in October. Their final report said it should not be reimbursed at all. And currently as well, INES has recommended that Orphaned not be made available under the public coverage. So at this point has not achieved reimbursement. I'm going to move quickly into 2 bone conditions, Intrinsic for hypophosphataseal pediatric conditions, first submitted to CADF in 2015. Got an NOC in June, submitted in June, got an NOC very, very rapidly in September. So a very expedited review, and was then sent to CADF, who made the recommendation that it would be available for patients who had infantile or childhood HPP as confirmed by genetic tests, and the patient was not an adult at the time of treatment. So any child that had been diagnosed as an infant but had not yet achieved adulthood. So that was in 2016. In 2016, the negotiations for reimbursement within the public plans began. Unfortunately, it was terminated by the end of that year. 2017, the negotiations for public funding recommenced. And in 2017, at the end of December, there was in fact a letter of intent. And this letter of intent, again, was only for pediatric patients, and that the child had to be diagnosed at the time of infancy or of childhood, could not be an adult at the time the treatment started. Lots of discussions still in terms of how many patients and the ability to reopen the discussions if the numbers were exceeded. So there was a cap in terms of how many patients that there were expected. So again, it took at least a couple of years to get to the point where you ended up with patients being accepted into the funding for public. Go to the final bone condition, and this is Crysvita. very recently done for excellent hypophosphatemia. And again, we see that in this case, the negotiations, was submitted in 2018, a couple of years ago, to Health Canada for the treatment of X-linked hypophosphatemia in adults and the pediatric patients over 1 year of age. Was sent into Canada and to INES, where in fact there was an approval beginning from CADIT in December. At the same time, there was in fact, in March, INES came back with a recommendation that it would not be approved for children, it would not be approved for adults. So there was no agreement that they would actually fund it, but with an interesting little codicil, which I'll come back to. CADIT, though, instead did agree in May that they would in fact make it available to patients over 1 year of age, so long as the growth plates had not closed yet. And they also wanted to have a rickets severity score that was going to be greater than or equal to 2. So asking for some additional confirmation in terms of the degree of disability that the patient had. So, and then actually having to have then confirmation of the gene variant either in the patient directly or in a direct family member. Interesting enough, at the time that INES said no, they also did indicate that if in fact there were a product listing agreement, recognizing that they were negotiating with the other provinces in PCPA, that if there was an agreement by others, that it would come back then that they would recommend that it had these conditions attached to it, which were pretty much the same conditions as CADIT had put in place. So now at 2020, there is in fact still active negotiation taking place. There was a letter of agreement with the PCPA at the end of October, an active negotiation now with the provinces in terms of actual listing for the different provinces. There has in fact been private drug coverage that's been available to the patients, and many of the patients still on compassionate access. So that is actually the end of the slide presentation. Oh, this is just a little codicil intrinsic to suggest that the adult patients still do not have any access, despite the fact that the company has come back to say that they would be willing to negotiate to set a cap on the patients. It is a weight-based treatment, but they have agreed to cap the cost per patient to the same as what it would be for children, and that they'll also be willing to cap the number of patients that would be on the program. But at this point, they're still in active negotiations with the province to try to get the adults covered. Only adults are on treatment right now, or those that have been continued on the clinical trial compassionate access program. So I will end it on there. And with that, I am going to, let me try to end my slides here and move back into a discussion with our panelists. So what I'm going to do is just raise a serious question, ask each of the panelists maybe to start off, answer in turn, and then we'll hopefully be able to move into an overall discussion. Okay, and maybe if you can just, when you first start, just introduce yourselves a little bit around your expertise, background, and then my first question is going to be to you is really, in your opinion, what is the impact of these therapies on disease management, progress, and quality of life? So how do these therapies work? Are they effective? Do they have a significant part? How important are they relative to standard care? I guess I'm giving you a number of questions all at once. And can you comment in terms of, given the timeline that you've seen there for your condition, how that has affected your ability to either treat the patients or to have the therapies available to patients by clinicians, or the access by the patients in the community? So a number of questions. What do you think about it? How important is it? And how, has it been an impact in terms of the kind of timeline that we've seen here? So not surprisingly, I'm going to start with you, Alex.
Okay. Hi there. I'm Alec Mckenzie. I'm an old dear friend of Durhane for some years now, and I'm a pediatrician who works at the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. And so imposter syndrome, I work on the research for spinal muscular atrophy, on the molecular genetics, et cetera. Hugh McMillan and others are the ones who actually are seeing the patients, but I've been intimately involved in sort of co-PI on some of Hugh's trials. So I'm an old lifer. I'm an old cord lifer, and I'm an old SMA lifer, and I'm proud of both those positions. Boy, I guess Leanne and John, you'll have your own answers. It really was for SMA. This stuff is revolutionary. There's a whole continuum of spinal muscular atrophies, from the very mild affect you in your second or third decade, type 3 and type 4, to the most common type 1, which is a fatal disorder in the first year to 18 months. And Spinraza, and I know we're talking about Spinraza here, but as Rehan, we were talking about before, Zogensa, the Roche medication, there's a number of effective therapies coming along, but they really have changed the landscape for the disease. What was once a fatal disorder is no longer a fatal disorder. They have been really revolutionary. So do they work? Yes, they work. There's unequivocally evidence that they are effective. Now, as I'm sure Leanne and John will tell us, it depends on the patient you give them to and how long they've had it. So best case scenario with newborn screening now, as we know in Ontario, if we get in and treat the 5 children that we treated so far with Spinraza, or in 2 cases with Zogensa, these children have close to normal neurologic examinations. And in some cases, they should no longer even be alive. So that really captures the wonderful story. It gets a bit muddier as you get to older children, adults who've had the disease longer, and therefore the return on investment diminishes to some extent. But even there, one can see that the decline that one sees year on year, normally with the chronic forms of SMA, goes away, and an argument can be made that there's a slow improvement there as well. So really quite revolutionary, has revolutionized the care for SMA, no question. And so I don't know. I mean, should Leanne and John jump in with the view from their disorders? Would that be appropriate?
Could be, sure. Why don't you take it from there, Leanne?
Did you say Leanne or John?
Either one of you. John, you could go next. We did have cystic fibrosis next in the lineup, so why don't you go?
Yeah. Okay, sure. So my name is John Wallenberg. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer at Cystic Fibrosis Canada, PhD in molecular genetics. I've been with the organization for about 5 years, but I'm a CF parent, so I've been following the research and everything for 30 some odd years, 5 years. The impact of the therapies on disease management, absolutely big, huge difference. I mean, we've done really, really well in treating cystic fibrosis. Median survival in the early 60s for cystic fibrosis was single digits. A child born in 2019, half of those children with cystic fibrosis will live to the age of 54. And that's been almost exclusively on treating the symptoms of the disease. And with that treatment comes a pretty heavy burden. So people with CF, it's a progressive, it's a fatal disease, it's genetic. The burden of care is 2 to 4 hours every day for somebody, and that's just to try and maintain health. What's different about these drugs, and Kalydeco was the first of this class of drugs called CFTR modulators, and there are now 3 generations. So Kalydeco was the first, and what they do is the defect in cystic fibrosis is a deformed protein, put it simply. And these drugs actually go in and they fix the protein imperfectly, but they correct it to a certain degree. And because they're doing that, they're mutation specific. So Kalydeco made a huge difference in terms of impact on patients. Patients, as they progress, the final recourse for patients in end stage disease is lung transplants. And so there's a very well-known case in Canada of someone who in 2012 was listed on the lung transplant list because their health had deteriorated, and they started on Kalydeco. Their lung function went from, in the mid-20s to 60%, and they came off the lung transplant list, and 8 years later, they're working, and they were only hospitalized once. So huge difference. These are added to standard of care. So they don't actually replace standard of care. They are added to standard of care. But to be honest with you, the system didn't certainly, and I'm talking primarily here about Kalydeco because it's a different drug from Orkambi. Kalydeco treats a much smaller population, about 5% of the population, and you get that significant increase in health benefits. And we talk primarily about the lung function, but because it's correcting the protein throughout the body, it's an oral drug, you're seeing clinical benefits throughout the system, right? For all of the systems. And as Alex mentioned, you can get quite significant variation in individual responses to these drugs. So you mentioned, Durhane, that it was submitted in 2000 or approved in 2012, reviewed by CADIF, and recommended in 2014. But at that point in time, the provinces didn't necessarily pick it up. And it was really through very significant and hard-fought advocacy, primarily on the part a single family, individual in Ontario, that really lobbied very hard and were successful in getting the drug paid for in Ontario. And that made a huge difference, and this sort of cascaded from there. But it really wasn't just that, provinces lined up and said, oh yeah, this is a drug we want on our formulary. And that was quite disappointing. The other thing you mentioned was that there was a slew of mutations. And the first mutation, which was the G551D, was approved ahead of the other mutations, and it entered negotiations or a review by CADIF ahead of the other mutations. And those additional mutations weren't actually reviewed until significantly later. And honestly, as you mentioned, the negotiations on that were only completed in 2019. So, the evidence was there in 2012, but negotiations only completed in 2019, 7 years. And, we're not talking about a lot of patients. We're talking about a couple of dozen patients across the country. Why they had to go back and renegotiate is beyond me, to be honest with you. It might be related, and this goes back to what Alex was saying. It might be related to the differential response that individuals have. So when Kalydeco was initially approved, the provinces had an expectation that about 25% of the population would actually stop taking Kalydeco because they weren't expected to respond in the same way. They were going to be below a certain level in terms of measuring lung function, and that never happened. Nobody ever really came off of Kalydeco, and I'll tell you the reason for that is what I mentioned. It's a drug that's systemic, so it's fixing the drug, it's fixing the protein throughout the body. So patients who are on it feel better, even if their lung function, which is just one clinical measure, went up. They were feeling better, so nobody came off. So that might have had something to do with why the negotiations, they want the provinces, the PCAPA wanted to go back and renegotiate. I'm sensitive to time, so Durhane, you cut me off if I'm talking too long. I want to make sure Leanne has an opportunity as well. In the case of Orkambi, this was a case that frustrated me significantly, and I think it is important here to speak to it a little bit because it shows some of the hazards in terms of the health technology assessments and the way drugs get reimbursed. Orkambi wasn't as effective as Kalydeco in the sense that the average benefit for people, if on Kalydeco was 10%, the average benefit on Orkambi was 3 to 4%. But if you look at the breakdown, about 1 in 8 patients who were treated with Orkambi saw the same kind of benefit as you would see with Kalydeco. The thing is, Kalydeco treats 5% of the population, Orkambi treats 10% of the population. So if you look at 1/8 of people who benefit, the total number of people who would benefit from Orkambi, a Kalydeco-like benefit, is actually more individuals, more people than Kalydeco. And yet, when the CADIF recommendation came out, it said it was declined. It was to turn it down, and that's because they always look at statistics. So they look at the average benefit, which is the 3 to 4% benefit, whereas we're dealing with individuals. And if you happen to have lost the lottery and you happen to have cystic fibrosis, those 1 in 8 odds look really, really good to you if you're going to get that kind of clinical benefit. So the fact that Orkambi was never really supported through CADIF or through the provinces has been a huge disappointment for the community. The other thing that's important as well is both of these drugs likely have a benefit in terms of slowing the progression of the disease. And so anybody with this kind of a disease, a genetic progressive disease, is really sensitive to that fact. And if you can slow the progression by, as there's some evidence that Orkambi does it by maybe by 40%, over time, that's a huge difference in terms of longevity. I'm going to stop there and before I try and take up the whole conversation here.
Well, no, that was very, very illuminating. So Leanne, I've given you two really tough ones because even though they looked similar, actually, I think the trajectory has been somewhat different in terms of their coming into Canada, but maybe similar in terms of impact. So turn it over to you.
Well, thanks, Durhane. It's really great to be part of this panel. So I'm Leanne Ward. I'm a physician researcher at CHIO. I'm a pediatric endocrinologist, and I specialize in pediatric bone diseases, which by definition are typically rare. So that's how I fell into the rare disease space. And so my involvement has been indeed in these two diseases, hypophosphatasia, for which there is aspartase alpha or Intrinsic, and X-linked hypophosphatemia, for which there is now burosumab or anti-FGF23 antibody. So these are both bone disorders. And whenever you're dealing with bone disorders, there's this feeling pressure to do something while the skeleton is being constructed, because it's being built during the growing years. Once it's done being constructed, that's what you live with for the rest of your life. So I think that speaks a little bit to the timelines that parents feel a lot of pressure to get their child on these drugs as quickly as possible. And I'll talk more about the drugs in a moment. And then the adults, what they observe in, I think, both these conditions is progressive loss of function, or we call it cumulative morbidity, that consequences of the disease accumulate over time. So the adults, I think, feel a lot of pressure to get on these bone ameliorating drugs because they see their progressive loss of function and they want to try to at least pause and hold their function where it is. Now, in terms of X-linked hypophosphatemia, the standard of care was very burdensome in the past. It was multiple daily doses of phosphate and twice daily active vitamin D. And we always knew that we never had satisfactory outcomes with that therapy, but it took a long time to understand why. And it was only when we understood the heart of the pathophysiology, that FGF23 is high in XLH, that we understood why the standard of care was only taking us so far. Because when you give patients with XLH phosphate supplementation, the FGF23 goes up even more and drives down the serum phosphate. So you're not at all getting at the heart of the pathobiology. So burosumab gets closer to the heart of the problem. And so does enzyme replacement therapy in hypophosphatasia. And I think it's a fairly straightforward comment that anytime you have a rare disorder, the closer you are to the heart of the pathobiology in terms of your therapeutic, the more likely you are to have positive benefit. And that's basically what we see with these two diseases. So for example, with burosumab, which shuts down those FGF23 levels, you rescue the low phosphate in the blood, and by restoring normal phosphate levels, patients are stronger, they grow better, they have less in the way of skeletal deformity, and they have fewer fractures, they're more alert, the adults come off their narcotics. So really a game changer for XLH. And I think what's been really concerning for us in this space is that the adults have not been approved for treatment, even though the clinical trials were very clear that fractures heal on burosumab. And that makes sense. Whenever you restore normal phosphate levels, phosphate's a critical component of the bone crystal that is needed for mineralization. Once you store normal phosphate levels, you're going to heal fractures. So I think that's something that we really don't quite understand, and we're advocating for the adults at the very least where the fracture healing is concerned. So that's a little bit about the XLH piece. In terms of the aspartase alpha and HPP story, this is a life-threatening disease. So infants can die of hypophosphatasia because of an undermineralized skeleton. So if you don't have a normal rib cage, you can't support normal breathing. So this is a drug that saves lives, and there's clear data on the mortality pre and post Intrinsic. And then the morbidity is fairly constant throughout the life, although there is quite a bit of variability in the phenotype, but also very frustrating for adults who can't get access to this medication because it's not approved. And I think what bothers me is the inequity around the pediatric versus adult age of indication. So if you're born in a certain year and you happen to be able to start your drug when you're 16, but if you're born a little bit earlier and you're already 19 and you've missed the boat, I think that sets up an inequity that is not biology based and really very frustrating for both physicians and for patients. So that's a little bit about the background and how I feel about the current landscape with regards to access.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that is, as you say, some of the frustration you hear. So I'm going to flip back to you, Alex, in terms of, this gradual expansion in terms of the indications for SMA patients. What, do you make any sense of that? What was the impact in terms of the patient population?
I think and given time is not unlimited, I just think even more broadly, when you listen to John and Leanne and what I had to say, this theme seems to be recurrent. This idea of Health Canada saying, okay, and then a couple of years, or maybe even more than a couple of years, and then Canada has a look, and maybe Canada has a second look in the case of SMA before they in truth get it righter from my perspective. Quebec can go a certain way. And then even after that, as John was alluding to, there's the dance with the provinces as well. And so it really is variations on a theme that we're all seeing here, I think, Durhane. And so, but just specifically, the other overarching theme is as we get into the grayer phenotypes, the adults, the more chronic disorders, the prospects of their being treated drop off statistically, whether the ones that Leanne that you just mentioned, or it's an adult with SMA, et cetera, the probability of approval for them is statistically lower, obviously. And so, yeah, those are just challenges. And I get it. I think we all get it that basically they are costly. And at some level, there is an existential dread, perhaps on the provincial, that once they let one in, and maybe they don't even think this consciously, but subconsciously, once they let one in, après ça, le déluge, that might be part of their thinking. So we can see that. But nonetheless, as far as fairness and advocating for patients, it really puts us in a bind. John and Leanne, whether we need to think about getting more creative with the idea of saying, okay, for these more chronic disorders, maybe not one size dosing for all, and let's advocate for all parties. Let's think carefully about maybe going on a modified Spinraza dosage for somebody in their 30s and just see if we can talk to the funders, et cetera, about that. I don't know if that's something, Leanne, would modified dosing for older adults, does that make sense at all for your disorders or no?
Yeah, I think that's a great line of thinking. We have to deal with the fact that the higher the cost of the drug, the more the selectivity there is with respect to who gets it. And that creates an inequity across Canada that we just, all struggle with so much. So, I think in the case of burosumab, for example, you're basically titrating your serum phosphorus, right? And so if you're saying, well, maybe a little bit is better than nothing, so we're maybe not going to be able to titrate your phosphate up here, but let's get it to here, which is better than down here, and we'll get you at least walking. We'll get you at least off your narcotics. We'll get you at least back to work. So, I think that would be a discussion that I would imagine adults would be open to, that something is better than nothing.
Right. But even nationally, you look at us, we do not as well nationally as the EU and other countries. And that is the uncomfortable truth that we need to confront here. Whether it is the heterogeneity of the provinces, and in the end, it's such a sort of a crazy quilt of people that they're talking to. I don't know, John, you actually have more experience in the longer term. Why is Canada punching under its weight? Do you have thoughts on that? And Durhane, I see you taking over this. I apologize. But...
No, that's great. I love it. Drive it through.
Well, I don't know that I can say that we're underperforming, but certainly if you look, you mentioned it, Alex. We're a bit of a fractured market, if you will. So if you look at countries that have national pharmacare, Germany, France, the UK, you're looking at if you go in and you get approval in the negotiations, and once you've done your negotiations, you've got a large population that you now can access, and it doesn't happen like that in Canada. Even if you've finished your negotiations, provinces can say no, and they do on a regular basis. So it's a combination of, and I've used this a number of times, is if if the barriers to access are high and the prices are low, then you become disfavored compared to a place that has, you know, higher prices and lower barriers to access. And because companies can't go into all jurisdictions all at the same time, they have to be selective. So Canada just tends to will fall farther and farther down the scale.
Right.
I want to touch on something that Leanne had said earlier about the disparity, if you will, or the unfairness. And really the one I point to is Kaleido. Those individuals, those couple of dozens of patients who had the more rare mutations in Canada who didn't get access, there's no biological reason for that. That was pure genetic discrimination. Why would you not be able to get access? You've got the same class of mutation. The drug treats you exactly the same way, but you don't get access. Why? Well, because you know, your trial, the results came out, you know, 6 months after the previous one. That makes no sense. It's the same drug. It's the same disease. Just so and that's really, really frustrating in terms of trying to figure it out. And sometimes it doesn't always make, to me, to my perspective, rational sense.
Yeah, can I just chase that and say, you know, I am very concerned about the way that the trial results get translated into the approvals. I mean, everybody knows when you do trials, you have to have very specific inclusion and exclusion criteria in order to have really clear, robust results. But just as you say, that doesn't mean that the principles that are learned in a trial are not applicable to other patients that represent the broad spectrum of the disease. And in the case, again, of burosumab, which I know so intimately, you know, biologically, it just makes sense that you should treat anybody who has hypophosphatemia related complications of the disease. And so this notion of having to stick to trial conditions and trial results for the approvals, to me, notionally doesn't make sense. And I'm concerned that, you know, some of the advisors to those who are approving are not necessarily maybe as grounded in the biology of the diseases as they should. And perhaps I'm speaking out of turn when I say that, but I think that our advisors for these drugs have to have an intimate knowledge of the science and the biology of the diseases so that it can be appropriately translated to a broader audience.
Well, and I think we've seen that, you know, since the very beginning, right? I remember way back to Pompei's disease when it first came out, and the approval based on, you know, infant clinical trials was for everybody, including adults. And then when it went through CADIS, they came back and said only for infants who are diagnosed with Pompei's disease before the age of 1 and who had cardiomyopathy would qualify. And at that time, we had 0 infants in Canada that qualified, but a host of other kids. And it took years to get that to beyond that. So I think it is a challenge in terms of what we're saying. Alex, I want to flip back to you really quickly, though, because the SMA one still remains an issue and maybe true for all of you. What if there were one price treatment? You know, so that so it's not weight-based, regardless of, you know, you could treat for the same price. And also, I think John alluded to, what if, you know, we said SMA for all the patients or, you know, burosumab for all the patients, but you have to give us a price then that's going to work across the spectrum. I mean, I would think a company would basically say, sure, I can end up with the same profit and treat more patients as opposed to having to assume that I'm going to get 10% of the population and then charge the hell out of you.
That's a great conversation to have, Durhane, and I'm dim enough not to have occurred to me after all the years in the field. But we all know how opaque these things are, that there's a sticker shock and then people go away and there's an agreement, but that's absolutely a conversation that they should have in that back room as they're talking, and just a conversation. I mean, it may not end up where we'd like it to end up, but absolutely to have that creativity to say, look, we're just going to say this. Although I just, to talk about the pathobiology again, and just in a sort of testimony to Leanne, SMN levels very high at birth. In the first 3 months of life, very essential for setting up neuromuscular junctions. They drop by 5-fold later on. And so discussions with the scientists at the company as well as and people saying, look, we need to get a bit more clever about the dosing, because right now we're giving them a great dose throughout their life, and we need to talk about that. But also, Doreen, as you say, broaden it out to the general population, just say they're all in and let's see what happens to the price. I think that's a great thought.
So I'd add one thing about what you're alluding to, Alex, which is the single price. So I mean, one of the frustrations for me with the Orkambi, and I mentioned that, you know, how you get a range of responses, and you get a certain number of people who respond very well, 1 in 8, and to my mind, always that was, well, that's just a negotiation point. That's part of the negotiations. And what happened with the CADTH recommendation is they never even went to negotiations. They never sat down with the company. And I can tell you that, you know, the company, I would arguing, because I found it ludicrous that, you know, if even at 1 in 8 patients, that if you were able to get Orkambi to patients, you would actually end up benefiting more people, more individuals, more Canadians with cystic fibrosis than you ever would with Kalydeco, because the populations were smaller. And you know, but in me using that data in that argument and arguing with CADTH that this is the approach, the company actually didn't like it, because they always felt that it misrepresented the actual benefit, because we're talking in that case about a single clinical improvement, which was the respiratory health, lung function. And they would insist, not incorrectly, that there's benefits to the pancreas, the sinuses, and because it's a systemic drug, it corrects the protein everywhere. So sorry about that, Alex. I know I see that you got something else.
I know that
but
people,
anyway.
Yeah, we're about at the end of our time anyway, but let me just see if I can get one quick question to all of you. And that is, what about a managed access scheme? How do you feel about that? Which would be a bit of a risk sharing, start the patients. And then if we get improvement on whatever we agree to are the indicators, we keep them. And if not, you know, we would negotiate for them to move to something else. But part of it would be a risk sharing with the companies. Companies might need to assume, you know, the first dosing, and you know, and that means that, you know, what do you think? Would that work for each one of these cases? Alex, I'll let you go first.
It's absolutely worth the conversation. It ain't working now, for sure. I mean, I hate to be so blunt, but it's not working now. So absolutely worth the conversation, that sort of risk sharing. I think if we do that, eyes wide open about stopping rules, that basically we need to be ruthless with ourselves. If it's working and there's shared risk and we look at it and carry on, if it's not, we all agree at the outset that it stops. I mean, we need to be very, very clear on that. But no, absolutely. This is a kind of overworn phrase, out of the box thinking that one needs to do.
John, would you, as a community, be able to get behind that? Would CF Canada say, yes, we can agree to that?
Yeah, I think we would. I mean, when that came up, especially in the topic for Orkambi, the response that we got back was that the governments didn't like it because it was complicated, and industry didn't like it necessarily because they weren't getting as much money as they hoped to get. So there was resistance on both sides. But from a patient perspective, absolutely, I think it makes perfect sense.
Leanne, last word to you. What do you think? Would that work in the conditions we're talking about with the populations we're talking about?
Well, I agree that we have to think outside the box. So I'm open to virtually any dialogue that takes us there. And yes, I think it could work. Just as I listen, I worry about one thing, and that is with respect to the stopping rules, you know, so you have these very clear guidelines for patients and for physicians as to when to stop. But what about the poor patient who says, but I feel better? And we haven't figured out how to quantify that yet as clinicians and as scientists. And so I think that we have to sort of bubble over into that kind of conversation as well.
I would just like to leave a question for Derhane. We are motes of dust in the universe. International discussions between you and people like Jan Lacam and others as far as perhaps forming linkages as far as approaches towards this thorny problem. Is that something at all?
We're all talking about it. We realize I'm head of a committee that is, in fact, the Committee for Global Access to Rare Disease Medicines. And we recognize we need global solutions to what are global treatments with regard to global patient populations. We recognize that. And that's what I always say. I can give you 1,000 patients here, but what if I gave you 10,000, 100,000 around the globe? How much you want to charge me now? And I think that's where we need to go. So thank you guys so much. You're all so brilliant. I am just so thrilled that we had this conversation. And you know, we'll have round 2 coming up next year as we move into this, right?
Oh, no. Okay. All right.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we back live here? I think I am.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So we have just concluded the session that was pre-recorded. I apologize terribly because I've not really opened up to give people an opportunity to actually put in their information. I know that there's been chat going on in the chat box. I encourage people to continue to do that. As we move into our next sessions, we really want to give you the opportunity to actually actively participate to the degree that this very crowded agenda will allow you to do so. So what we're going to do right now is a slight variation. We're about 5 minutes or so behind schedule. We want to give you a 20-minute break. So I'm going to ask people to come back at, I will say, I don't want to be too late. This is my problem. So if I can get people to start coming back at about 1:50, it only gives you about 15-20 minutes to grab something, coffee or whatever you're going to have. We're going to move promptly into a really very exciting panel that is going to talk about what's happening currently, and that will lead us then into our breakout. So really encourage you to come back as promptly as possible, and certainly actively use the chat box in order to put in your comments, put in your questions to the panel. We've got a live panel, so there will be an opportunity to interact with them. So thank you so very much. Hopefully you've enjoyed it up to this point, and we will see you on the other side of this break.
The cross-country tour where Accord helped bring out and lead the parade on Canada's rare disease strategy. So, and I know a lot of people on the line and on this panel have experience actually helping contribute to that. In fact, Etienne, I remember you were involved there too. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your experience with rare disorders?
Thanks, Bill. Indeed, it's been a long way to today. So it's interesting. I'm the Associate Scientific Director with the Canadian Institute of Health Research. It's Institute of Genetics, more specifically. We've been involved in rare diseases since, well over 2012, where Rod McInnes was the initial scientific director of IG and started investing into that space. That's been continued by Paul Lascode, its successor, and now still by Chris McMaster, who's the third scientific director of IG, and we're still very supportive of all rare disease efforts. Yeah, so looking forward to that panel.
Thank you, Etienne. Anne, regulatory affairs guru par excellence. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Bill. My name is Anne Tomalin. I'm the Vice President of Quality, Regulatory, and Safety at Innomar Strategies. I've worked in regulatory affairs, which means essentially submitting the data and taking it through Health Canada to approval or to the notice of compliance since the 70s, so a long time. And I'm very pleased to be here. I've been working in the rare disease area for the last 25 years.
Thank you. Maureen, there you are. How are you doing?
Hi, everyone. Maureen Smith from Ottawa. Special hello to all the patients who are attending today, and I hope that you're managing with the pandemic. I know it's a huge burden for a lot of you with rare diseases or for your children, so special thoughts for you, and thank you. I've been involved in the rare disease space for about 12 years now, and I'm doing advocacy for 20 years. And I've just joined a new network called Inform Rare. Shameless plug. We just launched our website, which is doing patient partner research into 3 rare diseases and 3 pediatric diseases. So I'm very excited about that, and just really happy to be here and share my perspective over what's changed and what needs to be done. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Maureen. Brent, I know this is great. You've got the CADIF logos everywhere. Everyone knows who you're representing today. So over to you.
Thanks, Bill. I'm Brent Fraser. I'm Vice President of Pharmaceutical Reviews, and I provide oversight to the drug review process at CADIF. And we make funding recommendations to the jurisdictions for drug treatments. And rare disease drugs would be part of the products that we review through that process.
Thanks, and just a special note to you, Brent. You've been coming out to CORD conferences for a very long time now, and you're always generous with your time and your empathy for even the most challenging questions that come forward. So just thank you for coming again. Now we're virtual. Let's hopefully get back to live soon too. Sandra, again, another Innomar.
Thanks, Bill. My name is Sandra Anderson. I'm the Senior Vice President of Commercialization and Strategy at Innomar. I've been working in the rare disease space now, I think over 10 years and a big supporter of CORD. Our role, or my role at Innomar, is to really help manufacturers when they come into Canada to launch their rare diseases, to build their commercialization strategy. But I also have been key in designing the rare disease patient support programs, working alongside a number of manufacturers, and I'd like to share my insights today. So thank you for having me.
Thanks. And Lindy. You're on mute. Your lips are moving.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
I'm Lindy Forte. I'm the principal of Patient Access Solutions. We're a market access consulting firm. We've been together consulting with our manufacturer partners since 2005. Prior to that, I worked on the manufacturer side. The bulk of our work is putting together HTA dossiers. So we have a lot of insights on the work that goes into those and the challenges that we have. And I'm really happy to be invited to be here. And I'm so passionate about bringing rare disease drugs to market in Canada to help the patients that need them. So I'm really, truly honored to be part of this process. So thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And thank all of you. This is supposed to be, again, it's a super panel, but it's really to help people get in the right frame of mind to go into their breakout sessions and look at those case studies to understand, where and how the Canadian process could be improved. And inform that blueprint that Durhan talked about earlier. So, any one of you can start, and feel free to either put up your hand or just get at it. What are your comments about how the current drug system is working to provide timely, appropriate, cost-effective, evidence-informed access to drugs for people living with rare diseases? It's kind of hard to go after those 3 case studies and say it's all been hunky-dory and perfect. But one of you just jump in on maybe your comments from those and what is working from your perspectives. Anne, thanks for putting your hand up. Go ahead.
So just speaking from the Health Canada approval side, not the reimbursement side, things are working better. Health Canada has been working to bring reviews in line with HTA assessments. They've been working to share reviews with other agencies like the FDA, Europe, Australia. They have a proposal for broadening the scope of priority reviews, which I think is important. And one of the things that they've done recently and quite quietly is that they've actually put a person in charge of the pediatric office. So there's always been a pediatric office, but they didn't have anybody there. They finally have a person there. So better, but we're still so far behind other countries in terms of the timing of our approvals. We don't have a system to approve rare drugs. So we're always working around the system, trying to figure out how to do it. Conditional NOCs are not helpful for patients. You cannot essentially get any reimbursement with a conditional NOC. So I always argue not to give them for a rare drug. Reimbursement's always very, very difficult. And we still have no protection for drugs that are developed to treat a rare disease that are not a new chemical entity. So there's tons that could be done, but it's a teeny little bit better.
Excellent. Brent, Maureen, jump in and then we'll bring it to Brent for HTA. Maureen.
So a lot of things have changed. There's a lot of progress. There's lots of hope for patients with all kinds of new drug technologies. One thing that is really sad and is that we're still playing a postal code lottery. So the access that's for rare disease drugs that changes from jurisdiction and province to province is just really unacceptable. And the issue now is that with social media and with our global world, we know what's happening everywhere else. So if you're a patient and you know that, maybe 10 kilometers across the border in another province, someone, who has a child the exact same age as yours has access to a drug and your child has the same condition and you don't, I don't know how you can reconcile that. I mean, it forces people to move to uproot their entire lives and lose their social support systems, maybe their families, their grandparents, etc., to go and look for other places to live. And that's just wrong. So I think that the system that we develop has to be pan-Canadian. It has to be a national system. We can't have this postal code lottery go on. Just one more point that I want to make is that we've been presented with a lot of different countries who have unique processes for, a parallel process or supplemental processes. They're all a little bit different, but they all have one thing in common. Not everyone shouted out at once, but you can probably guess. They're all supported by a national rare disease strategy. Every one of those countries has a rare disease strategy with several pillars to it, one of them being access, but they all work together. And we don't have that in Canada. We're not supported by that. We're the only developed country that doesn't have that. And I think that's something that's really difficult for patients to look at. And I think with that system in place, we could get the whole system going and not just be, not just take access separately. There's screening, there's the diagnostic journey, there's all the supports that come into play. So I think that, when you're looking at the future, it was in the throne speech. They didn't say rare disease drug strategy. They said rare disease strategy. So let's hopefully hold them at that. And I'll stop there.
Thanks. Brent, thank you, Maureen. Brent, I want to throw it to you as somebody who's been on the inside, both in Ontario in the drug program, and they had a rare disease program there for certain medicines, I think when you were there. And now at Cardiff, you're almost on the inside, sort of building the house from the inside out, but from the outside, it doesn't look like there's a house there. Can you tell us what the structure is from your perspective of a rare disease strategy, if any?
Well, I can't say what the exact structure is, but we have been trying to look at how we do review drugs for rare diseases. And I think over a period of time, we've made a number of changes to help facilitate that review. Part of that is increasing the patient voice within the submission review process and the deliberations at our expert committee table. We also have introduced kind of an unmet need criteria within the development of our recommendations. So the committee is very much aware of some of the limitations associated with developing clinical trials in this space. And so I would say that they do appreciate the fact that they're not going to have as structured or rigid data with these drugs as they would with something that has a broader class or group of patients. And so as a result of that, we do see that the majority of our recommendations for rare and orphan drugs tends to be positive. Now, it may not be as broad a criteria as what people would like. Part of that's driven by the clinical trial information that's been provided to us. But I think, we are recognizing that there is a potential for a different review process. I don't think we've really defined that very well. Health Canada, as Maureen mentioned, they did make that announcement in the budget. We're certainly willing to help support any work that comes out of that strategy. But I think at this point, this is really all that I can say from an HTA perspective.
Thanks very much, Brent. Fred wants to jump in. Go for it, Fred. Fred Little, and then we'll go to the other Fred, maybe if he has his hand up.
Yeah, Bill. So I think, interesting discussion. I would say, there has been incremental improvement from the regulatory and I think, from the access HTA. But still number one is once it goes, even if you do the best to go through the processes and even have parallel reviews, time to getting medication into patients' hands or arms or whatever the case may be, is still probably, we need to ask ourselves, is the timeline that we're looking at suitable? I would argue, I'll put on my patient hat, not the pharmaceutical hat, but I would argue that there's still room for improvement there. And if we look at, even within Canada, Quebec versus the rest of Canada, there are mechanisms in place for expeditious medications to be available, through their passion exception. If you look to Germany, Germany has what they define as free pricing, meaning that, within the 13 months of approval, patients can get access. Now, some of these within rare diseases is linked actually to a framework where it's tied back to the European Union. So when you have regulatory policy linked to HTA policy, then in a way hoping to mandate how to better, improve patients' lives. So I think those two are two learnings that are valuable. And the third point I wanted to make is, Michael Drummond raised earlier, which I think is one for when they go into the case study breakouts, the idea about committees developing expertise. So having a committee, that has expertise over time to be able to help direct the HTA bodies to come to better decisions is actually a good one to explore, because to an extent we saw that with oncology in the past, where Pete Coder started looking at a way of doing HTA within Canada, and this may be some learnings down the road. So these would be a couple of comments I would like to suggest as people go into the breakout sessions.
Thanks so much, Fred. Sandra, and then Lindy.
I would say I'm speaking more from the patient access perspective. We work a lot with individual patients and families who are trying to access rare disease products, and we still feel the complexity of the journey and all the steps that the patients have to go through, the amount of paperwork, the amount of no's that we get from the drug plans when we're trying to get patients on product. It's still quite a lengthy process while we're waiting for the public payer to make the decision, or when the PLA or PCPA is going through that process, we're leveraging private. But there's so much limitations, and we still have a lot of challenge on basic access on reimbursement. So one of the challenges is the blanket criteria that sometimes put on, or the focus on price, as opposed to, is this drug working for this patient? So I think that there's an opportunity to understand outcomes, how the patient's responding. Is it working for that patient? And real world evidence to me can play a big role. And I think it's something we should look at when we're looking at the framework and assessing what could be different. Rare is different, and I just don't think we should be treating it like a regular drug or a specialty drug. It's certainly, they are unique, small volume patients, different specific criteria and requirement. And I think that we need, when we're thinking about the framework, we need to think about it differently. So I look forward to the case discussion and looking at what we can do to be more innovative in how we approach these rare products.
Thanks, Sandra. Lindy, and then Fred.
Thank you. I agree with Brent that there have been tremendous improvements over the years with the inclusion of patient and clinician input into the reviews. We have seen an increase in the rate of positive recommendations. I think for me, the two main gaps in the system that I see still are, as Brent said, the criteria are very much aligned with the clinical trials. They're based in evidence, but what's happening is those criteria are not completely aligned with clinical practice because they're so restrictive and they're designed for the regulatory approval process. I would like to see Canada be able to move to a system where we can continue to follow patients after the HTA reviews are done and the recommendations are in, so that we don't leave patients without access to the medications. So that's one, real world evidence building, continuing to follow patients that might not meet those strict criteria. And the second really is the time around getting access to the drugs because of the negotiation process through PCPA. So the regulatory timeframe has shortened, the CADTH review timeframe has shortened, where we're getting our recommendations literally days after an NOC, but then the PCPA negotiation process is taking a very long time. So that would be something that I would recommend that we work on.
Excellent. Thank you, Lindy. Fred?
Yeah, a few thoughts to add. I mean, I would agree largely with everything that's been said so far, and in particular, the leadership on the part of Health Canada and CADTH in the last several years has been really phenomenal. And so I think we can be confident in terms of the proposition that, that rare is different. that senior public service folks, whether they're in a government department or whether they're in an agency like CADTH, and in fact, in a lot of our provincial ministries of health, they do understand this. The difficulty, I think, is they're working within the confines of either, I'm not sure if I would describe it as an outdated policy framework or a policy vacuum, really, when it comes to rare. So whether we talk about it as a strategy or whether we talk about it as the need for a broader framework which recognizes principles, a number of people have referenced principles here this morning. I think it's an open question as to whether we can continue to try to retrofit existing systems, particularly around HTA and reimbursement, enough that we can avoid the sort of situations that I and other people who sit in a minister's chair face. If it's Alberta, for example, at the time I was there, any drug with an annual cost per patient of over $100,000, which is not very much at all in this day and age, required a decision by a minister, generally based on an N of 1. And for the patients and for the families, really the only long-term confidence they could have in that decision was, wherever we were in the political cycle, what I still be the minister next year, and where we were in the budget cycle at that particular time. So a policy framework would take into account, I think, those sorts of issues. I think it was Dr. Mckenzie this morning talked about, recognizing the fact that these decisions are not, or should not be based on average benefit. They should be based on the potential of drugs to treat entire individuals, right? And there isn't really room for that in the system that we similarly operate under as well. And I think, in fairness, while we're all talking more and more about outcomes and managed access, and I'm pretty, although none of us can really talk about it because all the terms are confidential, I'm quite confident that we have much more experience in managed access under product listing agreements, at least in some provinces, than we are able to express. But ultimately, I think what drives provinces is still looking at incremental cost in the total drug budget for whatever decision, and that's and based on the comparative effectiveness, even though that can't be applied in the case of drugs for rare diseases. That mindset, and when we see some of the restrictions we talked about in the earlier presentations, when it came to reimbursement, the different conditions and so on that were referenced, that mindset, I think, still pervades. And it's too bad, because the facts are that while drugs are an important part of total health expenditure, they're not the largest part, and they're not necessarily the part that's growing fastest. And of course, the other thing we ignore in this discussion is that our drug spend is not efficient in provinces today. So protecting previously approved expenditures that are not efficient or not effective at the expense of giving people early access to new therapies, that's part of the problem as well. So a few things to consider, but I think that policy vacuum is holding us back. And as we go into the breakouts, we might want to think about how far can we go with the status quo in terms of tinkering with it. Are we going to get to where we need to be?
Thanks, and I like it almost is like you're fleshing out the analogy I was using earlier about building a house, and I want to go back to that. Brent, you were on the inside working on Joyce and some of the framework there, and others are on the outside, but at the very foundation of the house is the R&D and the research and the clinical trials and the drugs under development. So maybe I put this out to Etienne to give a comment on that. In fact, in the chat group, there was a person with a very rare form of epilepsy was wondering, why isn't this company coming to Canada to do clinical trials? I gave an attempt at some of the answer there, but Etienne, are you watching that and building that foundation for the House on Rare Disorders? What are you doing at the Institute?
Actually, I would like to build on what Maureen said about the fact that in the speech from the throne, it really talks about a strategy for rare disease, and that strategy, in addition to providing access tomorrow for drugs because patients need them, and there's some good potential already out there, we should also include the development of plans for development of affordable therapies looking forward. And here I'm thinking mostly for the majority of rare disease that affect the minority of rare disease patients, those rarer disease for which there might be a harder business case to make from pharma, so that we can have a strategy that encompass both aspects. And here, two examples that I can talk of that have been developing over the past 10 years. The first one would be obviously gene therapies, and that would imply changes in the policies around the review of these therapies. Very interesting work being done by NCAT1, which stands for National Center for Advancing Translational Science of the National Institute of Health in the US, that are looking at streamlining the regulatory aspects for AAV vectors, like looking really starting from scratch, going all the way to the patient with 4 different genes inserted into the same vector, and demonstrating how the regulatory aspects could be facilitated, therefore reducing by a huge factor the actual cost of producing those vectors and putting them into patient eventually as therapies. That's one example, and clearly looking at the NRC and others, other organizations here in Canada that are developing the capacity to produce that, that's one avenue certainly exploring further. The other one would be the small molecule development, but done in an open science format, like the Medicine for Kids, the shop led by Al Edwards, that really demonstrate the feasibility of doing that drug development in an open science manner. That does not preclude, on the contrary, that has raised a lot of interest by pharma as well, who are contributing to that. So again, it's not to oppose the public efforts with the private efforts, but really to find a way to make them work in combination, so that in 10 years from now, when we are sitting on a panel again like that, Bill, can retrospectively look at what has been done over the past 10 years and show this as an example of how we were able to work together, and the policies and the strategies having an impact and bring drugs to the patients that are affordable in the end.
Excellent. Well, maybe I'll throw the question I posed earlier to another source of R&D, and that is pharma. Back to you, Fred. In the chat group, one of the patients is wondering, why isn't this company coming to Canada? Why aren't we getting access to the clinical trials? Looking from the outside in on Canada, are you heartened by some of the things you've seen, and where are the issues beyond just the timelines that you talked about earlier that you might want to flag?
Yeah, it's a good question, Bill, and thanks to the for the question on chat. So it's not an easy one to answer because each company is quite different. So you can kind of look at big pharmaceutical companies, smaller pharmaceutical companies, and those in the middle. I know that when we look across the industry, each company tries to do their best to bring clinical trials into Canada, and one of the main reasons is we still have a very premier regulatory body, Health Canada, well recognized across the world. We have leading scientists across the world, are closest to the U.S. So we're positioned both intellectually as well as geographically to be able to compete. The issue that we're seeing and we're grappling with is on the reimbursement and value side. So the discussion that's going on right now around pricing reform makes it very difficult when you're looking at, once you have and bring clinical trials to the country, you would hope that by doing that you get a positive result, or you get the result that if it is positive, that now you can offer those therapies very expeditiously to the population that needs it quickly. And I think what would be unfortunate is that for these leading innovations that we're seeing, particularly in the rare disease space, that current reforms are not allowing that to happen as quickly as we could. So what's happening now, in the past, Canada was seen as a great place to invest. I mean, it continues to be, but with the environmental factors that's happening, companies are beginning to ask themselves, how does it look from start to finish? And I think at the end, they are still doing their best to put patients first, to bring in the trials that are required and to recruit patients. But we can't forget that the economic side still exists. So it is a healthy balance, and it is each company at the end will make that decision. So I would put it there for right now, from my perspective.
Maureen, maybe back to you in terms of your perspectives. You've been on the inside of a lot of these discussions. You're starting a new initiative. I can't wait to learn more. And by the way, the website is out on the chat group in terms of Inform Rare, I think it's called, or Information Rare.
Inform Rare. Thanks, Ian.
So what's your reaction from the patient's perspective after hearing some of the positives and the negatives from both the foundation on the research all the way up to the roof that Fred is trying to build over a house and save us all from the rain and the snow?
It's a stressful time for patients, because there is all this happiness in seeing all of these new therapies that are being developed. There's so much hope on the horizon, but it's like you can't dangle a carrot in front of someone and then say, well, we're going to do it, but then you can't have it. So that uncertainty is really difficult. So you're dealing with a population, a rare disease population that already lives with uncertainty. So often, no natural history, they don't really know what's going to happen in their future, et cetera. And then you're adding the uncertainty. So with the PMPRB guidelines, it's a lot of uncertainty for patients. So we have some people telling us it's all going to be okay, it's all going to work itself out. Then on the other hand, we hear, well, it might not. So that's really difficult. So when Fred said, we're trying to achieve that balance, that's what patients want to do too. We just want to find a way that it can be fair for everyone. And that's really difficult. So I think that if we do end up going with a managed access kind of program, really important that we provide funds to the patient groups so that they can then reach out to their communities and get all the information that they need so that they can participate in it. So we're looking for ways to come into the system, but we don't have a lot of power on our own. We need all those stakeholders to come together and acknowledge what it is that we bring, and sometimes give us the training or give us the funds that we need to be equal players at the table. So lots on the table for patients.
Thank you. And Durhan wanted me to catch up on time, and so we're going to have a hard stop in 5 minutes. So that with a super panel like this, any final thoughts from folks? Because if we're going to get to a few of them before we head into case studies, now is the time to put up your hand and lead people into those inspired. Etienne, and then Lindy.
In terms of increasing access to therapies and to evaluations of drugs that are done in other countries, trials and what's not, really looking at the regulatory aspects again and the reciprocal acceptance of from a regulatory perspective. And this is something that Health Canada is looking into, and probably that the COVID will eventually bring some additional ammunitions to develop such an approach, which would actually facilitate access to those approvals and therapies here or trials here in Canada.
And San, you're probably referring, and you might nod your head to this, to the rolling review process that Health Canada allowed for COVID therapeutics.
There's that rolling review, and there's also other discussions ongoing so that Health Canada could actually sit on the EMA and on the FDA panels and have some sort of streamlined acceptance for rare disease therapies here in Canada when after observing how the decision was made in other jurisdictions. Again, lowering the cost and burden for companies to actually file in their molecules here to get the NOC.
Thanks. Lindy?
I was very encouraged earlier today with the international presentations that we heard, I think there's best practices in place in other countries that we could model a new system for Canada on in order to extend access to patients that maybe weren't technically included in the clinical trials, but they are included in the NOC, so the regulatory approval. And then also, I think we can simplify the process for negotiating the prices, potentially through having some formulas in place. That's my opinion, not necessarily the opinion of the manufacturers. But I just think we can shorten that time to access by really thinking creatively and not overcomplicating the system. I think there are some simple solutions.
Excellent. I see, thank you. I see Durhan coming back on. Maybe Brent, next time we see you, it's not going to be a COVID molecule up there, but like a snowflake, something really festive, please. And Fred from Pfizer, could you please like blow that COVID molecule away with the vaccines that you're bringing into Canada, and then we'll be better. Durhan, do you have any final words on this panel?
No, this panel was so absolutely inspiring, I thought. I mean, it was great. I mean, we had heard a lot around the concerns and around the challenges, but I was just so inspired by the fact that people are looking forward and looking at what we can learn and what we can build. So this is really what I want you to take into the breakout groups. I do not want people to leave because you've been assigned to breakout groups. And if you are not there, your absence will be noted. So as they like to say, we're taking names. So do not disappear on us. No, we do think the breakouts, as many of the panelists have alluded to, are the highlights of what we're going to be able to engage in here and bring back to the plenary when we get done. I want to also say that I'm going to put up maybe I'll just put up a couple slides to guide us into the breakouts while I'm talking so that you'll have that on there. Let me see if I can put this up on the screen here. Just to, again, I won't go into it and belabor it, but just to kind of anchor us, okay? So just to let you know is that you are going to be going into breakouts. Those that are leads have been pre-assigned, so you know what breakout groups you've got, who the lead is and who the scribe is in that breakout. We are going to reference back to the case studies that we've had here, but you're not going to need to use all of them. You don't have to use any of them if you don't want. They're really just there as a context for you to talk about. And what we do want you to do is think about, as we said here, what are the possible models? And to make it somewhat simple, we've suggested that you look at the current model, where we may be able to at times pull out rare diseases and treat them somewhat separately, a little bit like we're doing today, whether it be at the PMPRB level, whether it was certainly at the regulatory level, PMP level, at the HTA level, or even at the PCPA and provincial levels. You know, we deal with them a little bit differently. We also, you know, can have, you know, so this is the current model, as many of you will know. And it's a fairly complex model, but it is a very structured model, and it does have specific places in which, you know, we are going to be looking at the different aspects of you know, risk benefits. We're going to be looking at pricing. We're going to be looking at benefits versus costs and the impact there. And then looking at kind of how they're going to be picked up once they've gone through a joint negotiation into the public or private plan. So this is a bit of what we've got here with, again, the complexity of the PMPRB process on the side here to impact pricing, which is not trivial, but we've kind of put it to the side. So somewhere in here is our model. Where and how would we take a rare disease drug through this process? Think about the SMA drugs, and we certainly are so excited by the fact that we've just gotten Zogensa approved by Health Canada. It's starting here now. It's got to come through the process. Is there a way that we can actually get it through without being hung up for a long period of time? I think, as we've heard Marie and others say, there are patients awaiting. We cannot afford to, you know, have it in some respects, we can't afford to have it there at all in terms of hung up. Can we not get directly to those patients? So that's important. The other one that we talked about was a little bit of what the Expensive Drugs for Rare Diseases Provincial Territorial Group said. We keep the same process, but what we'll do is have a supplemental process. It's not separate. And what they basically suggested is still at a high level, but working through, I know in terms of some of the work they've been doing, a pre-screening to say, okay, which drugs would actually go into this system, a little bit like the UK's highly specialized therapies program. And, you know, how would we get, you know, information in there? So in this case, kind of informs the process. So this is the existing process. The goal is to have a modified process then where CADIS would make some recommendations into this to set up some form of an ability to negotiate somewhat more quickly, but also then be able to set up, here's the real essence of it, a managed access process with the collection of real world evidence. So we heard some talkings about this. So that you've got some sense in terms of how this might look then once we've gotten the modifications put into it. So it's a supplement to the existing process. All of the current agencies would still be involved, the current players would still be involved, the pathway would still be the same, but there would be the ability then throughout some point of that pathway to consider whether or not it should be dealt with differently. So here's your context for discussion. You can use one of the 3 case studies that we talked about, SMA, cystic fibrosis, or the bone disorders, or not. So we leave it to the facilitators and the group there, but don't spend a whole lot of time dealing with that. And and we want you to do is to look at the components of a rare drug program and how would it be dealt with? How would this therapy be dealt with under a current model? How would it be built with under a supplemental process? And how might it be dealt with under a what we call a totally self-integrated model? So consider that. Adapting the current process, what are the kinds of impacts it would have for a rare disease drug coming in there? Thinking about the drugs for SMA, for the new for Trikafta coming in for cystic fibrosis, or even the existing cystic fibrosis drugs. And if we had a standalone program, how might that look different? It's not meant to be a structured discussion. You don't have to fill in all of these boxes. This is not it. What we want you to be able to do is to actually be able to use this as a guide for discussion and be able to work with the various people in your group. So I won't belabor it. You've got, if you want to, we've sent you a modified deck you've got that gives you a brief synopsis of each of the conditions, gives you a brief a review again of the timelines that you heard this morning discussed about, so that you've got it there for reference if you want, but you don't need to be bound by it. We know some people really like to have something tangible that they can go back to, but it really is meant to be an exercise of creativity. Where would you like to see us go? How would these 3 different models work into the future? Can it be done under an adaptation to the current model, which might be the easiest to do? Should we set up and really pursue the supplemental process? If so, which drugs would go there? How would it be different? Or do we benefit most by having a standalone integrated process that would allow us to be able to deal with all components of it under one entity, still using, if we choose, the existing pricing, regulatory, obviously the regulatory value assessments, and also the negotiations into the plans. So we're not going to get hung up on 2 things. We're not going to get hung up on governance, like who owns it. Is it provincial? Is it pan-provincial? Is it national? We're not going to get hung up with that. We're also not going to get hung up on funding or financing. We will have to deal with some of those later, but not at the moment. So if that is good enough for people, I'm going to leave it at that, unless there is somebody that has a burning question that I need to address before we leave here.
Durhan, it's Fred Horn. Can you just clarify what you're looking at for report back?
We have a scribe, and the report back is really capture the discussion to what you feel are key points. If you can reserve 5 minutes, a good question, 5 minutes or so, to really sort of see if we can come to some agreement. What did we hear are the key components? What did we hear are the key points? Was there an agreement in terms of which model would make most sense? Or are you looking for different combinations? Or are you saying, it all could make sense? You don't need a consensus, but you might be able to tell us where's the majority here and why. Okay, and then the scribes, what I like to do is we've got a 15-minute break built in for everybody except for the leads and the scribes. I would love it if you could stay on and we can have a little bit of a huddle to kind of share what you've learned and be able to kind of decide what you want to present in the 15 minutes we've got after everybody else comes back. Okay? So
Durhan, it's Corinne. Maybe I'll jump in for group, I think we were group 1. We, at the end, we had a very fruitful conversation about many things, but to kind of get to the end first, and then I'll work backwards, we aligned on the concept of a separate standalone integrated rare drug program for all of rare drugs as the model that we were leaning towards. And when how we got there though was we recognized that there were some areas of duplicity and creating sort of roadblocks in the system where there looked like there were similar things being assessed. For example, with the HTA component where they did a clinical assessment versus where Health Canada was also doing a safety and efficacy assessment of various treatments. And so what we were saying, at least, is there's a significant place to improve on the efficiency of the way the system is, because right now it's quite fragmented. But in doing so, we recognize that in a separate standalone system approach that we're looking for, we have to accept different evidence in terms of the standard that would be used versus what is currently within the CADTH and ENES models. Because you have, as we all well know, smaller patient numbers, very short-term treatments, but without understanding that the chronology and sort of the way the disease progresses individually with different patients. And then also understanding that we need different expertise weighing in on the assessments. And then one of the last components here is that there would need to be different thresholds based on therapies that currently just don't exist in our current models. But fundamentally, there was a great unification around the concept that we need to actually have much more collaboration across the systems. So at every step of the way, before things are submitted through Health Canada, as well as right through and increased collaboration, not only within and across provinces, but also external to our country, where we can actually use these data that are available outside of Canada to actually enhance the way in which we review and assess our compounds. So I think those were kind of the highlights of what I captured. I don't know.
Excellent. Yeah, I will stop you because I think you're going to steal everybody's thunder by you're done.
Those were our notes.
Everything. That's fabulous. Okay, who would like to echo some of what Corinne said, but also maybe build on it? What else? What else?
Well, I could go next. We were in group 2, and we also thought that a new model was probably the best way to go. And what we had recognized is, again, the way that the federal government had done the COVID vaccine procurement, maybe they could use that experience and look at it for rare diseases. Could they nationally procure these drugs in a way so that you do create equity across all provinces, so it doesn't place undue burden on some of the smaller provinces? And again, just to build on a little bit of what Corinne said, the idea of patient inclusion right along the whole life cycle, and really building in the life cycle approach. And while there's a lot of good intention and good work with the HTA and the regulatory bodies to include patients, I think especially with rare disease, you really need to take it that one step further to understand the outcomes that really are most meaningful and impactful to patients and their caregivers, and again, involving clinicians as well. And so this idea of a life cycle and incorporating real world evidence. So the model that we had discussed, and then I'll stop and let other people talk, is that, could we at NOC, just like the German model, offer some access to patients in whether it's some sort of risk agreement with industry and the federal government, but then wait and do the HTA once you've had a chance to collect more real world evidence and really build in a life cycle approach. And so don't rush into that HTA, wait until you've got more evidence, and then you'll really be able to incorporate that meaningfully into the process and really have the opportunity to evaluate the value of the drug and what it offers to the system.
So brilliant. So there's nothing sacred about, regulatory approval and HTA before you get to access. One can definitely do it in different ways as long as the access is monitored. Okay, others.
I can go next, John.
Yep.
So we didn't pick one of the models, but we did have a discussion about how long would it take to create a separate standalone integrated model, like to start from scratch, and what would that mean for patient access? So maybe it would be better to adapt one of the current models. So we did talk about that at the end. Our main point was that we need to have a really robust discussion of what our core values are, and that should be our starting point. And once we have that, people felt that the structure would follow. So I think that sets us up really well for the year to come. And then we kind of created a wish list of what we thought were the essential elements of the model. So things like, you know, patients having to fight province to province to province has to end. I mean, that's just exhausting. It's a terrible burden. So we talked about one price for all of Canada. We talked about the universality of it. You know, the fact that we're all Canadians and we should all have access to the same drugs. We talked a lot about real world evidence and post-marketing, and we don't feel that Canada is as strong in that area. So mandatory registries to track, you know, these expensive drugs, are they really working, and that how patients could be involved in that, and that we would need this, you know, budget to make sure that patient groups can give their input and not be accused of you know, having the influence of pharma. We talked a lot also about the rare disease strategy and how all of that is, you know, it should be a holistic approach where we can see some of the costs that are not accounted for, are like some of the savings that result from the drugs are maybe not being captured. And I'm going to stop there. We had a lot more to say, but I'm going to let other people speak. So that was kind of basically our wish list.
Great. That actually takes us to some new territory as well. Others here. I know we're running short time. I want to give everybody a chance to report back if who wishes to. Others, things to add?
Yes. So I won't repeat what's already been said, but 3 things that I would like to add. So that would maybe fit under category B. So it's the a supplemental model. So we could have, similar to the conditional approval from a regulatory perspective, a similar designation for HTA, and then have a collect real world evidence. Also, we discussed maybe the possibility of having funding right after PCPA negotiations. So once you reach an agreement, it's automatic, it's listed in all provinces. And finally, one risk that was said about separate standalone is the risk of having to compete within a set budget for rare diseases. So something that we thought we might have to be mindful of.
It's excellent. So we have always talked in the past, you know, should there be a separate budget, but we run into real challenges, especially given the many new drugs that are coming in. We could find ourselves kind of, you know, competing among ourselves in a way that is not going to be very, very helpful to the patients. Okay, others.
I can jump in, Durhan.
Oh,
is that okay?
Yes.
It's Beth Kidd. I was with Group 8. And we also had, I think everybody probably had a very fulsome discussion. The breakout sessions were really, really valuable, I think, to hear everybody's opinions and views. What we did agree upon, though, was that we should start with that rare disease strategy, and it needs to set the fundamentals and guiding principles for all regulatory and approvals bodies, and that patients and families need to be a core component of creating that rare disease strategy. And for sure, we had a good conversation about some examples. The case study that we looked at was an example of a bit of a disconnect in the way Health Canada is looking at submissions versus CADIF. And so another core value for that rare disease strategy is that all the regulatory and approvals bodies have to be aligned and agree to those principles and work in a coordinated manner to achieve them and implement them. We also felt that the standalone model is the way to go for funding for rare diseases in Canada. And it was really tied back to Fred Horn's comment about how long, or question, I guess, on how long can we continue to tinker with the status quo. And we were in agreement that maybe it's time to start with something new and fresh, and then potentially develop best practices that actually then impact the non-rare disease approval process as well, much like the way PCODA impacted CDR. So we thought for sure that there would be some really positive learnings coming out of a new standalone process. And definitely that new model, some core discussions on that new model and what should be included. One is that clinical trial data is not the only thing that's assessed, that we start looking at more closely and value observational data and strong patient input, and that the role the patients should be playing from clinical trial right through to reimbursement. And also it was suggested actually that some of the approvals bodies start looking at forming review committees that specifically recruit healthcare professionals and patients from that disease state to be the experts in the decision versus, the more umbrella approach that we have now.
Well, I'm going to just hand you my design tools, and you guys can just draw that blueprint. So that was masterful. I'm going to thank you so much, Beth. Logan, I know you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, I mean, not much more to add. I think everybody really covered the basis here. I think the big theme from our group was around those aligned reviews, around one process at a time. I think, speed was a key theme, right? Whether it's to Alec's point, getting access prior to an HTA review or having a time limit of some kind from submission to access, something needs to be done, because these drugs are not like common drugs that we see. These are things that need to get to patients quickly because time is of the essence. And then again, just Alec's point around COVID, I think we've seen it, right? This is happening right before our eyes, where people are we're going through these processes very quickly. We're doing the regulatory review, we're doing the pricing, we're doing all of this at the exact same time. So it can be done. And I think that's a good message for the folks here on the line, that it's happening in the COVID environment. Why can't it happen in the rare disease environment?
Brilliant. I mean, so certainly for patients living with a rare disease, it is as urgent, as life-saving as certainly COVID is. Jacob.
Exactly.
Yeah, if I might add, in the spirit of cooperation, as Logan described, I think we're seeing it happen, and the importance of involvement from politicians and the powers that be in these conversations, I think, was brought up as one of the critical pieces in our group, as well as a slight push to normalize the cost for these rare disease drugs and reinvent the process. And there was some criticism on the Cali, how that doesn't really count for us. It is a big challenge on that point, as well as perhaps leading with a national or with a pan-Canadian rare disease strategy ahead of maybe a national pharmacare or not, but not have it be an afterthought, but perhaps the proof that we can collaborate across jurisdictions and make something work.
This is excellent. We're just about out of time. I'm going to see if there's anybody who has one last thing they would like to throw into this mix. We'll have opportunity to collect everything, and we'll have more opportunities for this. But any last comments coming out of the breakout groups that we haven't covered? Okay, we heard a lot. I mean, some of the big things we heard were, we got to get to the values and principles. We got to keep timeliness as really upfront there. And we got to make sure, as you say, learning from the experiences of COVID, how do we simultaneously do some of this and recognizing that we can do it, as people said. So let's not get rid of those kinds of learnings and processes. I'm going to stop there because we have a great panel that's coming up. And I know some of the panelists that are joining are actually people that do have some hard stops in terms of timing. Hopefully most of them have been able to get here. And I'm really pleased again to flip back over. First of all, thank you guys so much. You worked so hard and there were some brilliant conversations going on. So we know who we can call on the next time. I'm hoping the next time we do this exercise, it's going to be in real life, that we'll all be in a room where we can have paint and we can draw this on the walls and we can plaster this and, in terms of real space as well as just virtually. But this was actually a brilliant conversation. So I am going to move it over then to back to Bill. Bill, are you there? Are you ready to assume this again and lead us through to this really important panel that's going to try to help us try to bring some statements back in terms of where do we want to go with this?
Yeah, absolutely. And really hats off to Durhan for having constructed a conference in a Zoom virtual environment that really builds. We started with the patient experience. We talked about global models. We've done some breakout sessions to try to figure out how could this potentially work in Canada. And now this panel is meant to talk about where the rubber hits the road. Some of the challenging issues that group leaders in the breakouts were told to suspend disbelief a little bit about. We're going to actually try to tackle or review what is the Canadian reality? What does the unique Canadian landscape provide in terms of both challenges but also in terms of opportunities. And I mean, I've been doing this with CORD for a long time, and so you've probably heard this analogy before about Canada. It was it's like designed like a bumblebee. It shouldn't be able to fly, but somehow it does. So it works as generally as a federation. Although I've got a couple people on my panel from Alberta, so they might be shaking their heads right now. But generally, the Bumblebee of Canada does get off the ground and do what it needs to do more often than not. And I think our challenge will be to create a workable Bumblebee for rare disorders.
It's the killer hornets that I'm worried about, Bill.
So we're going to talk about what is the vision, and please, everyone, use the chat group function as well, because this shouldn't just be from another one of these super panels that we're going to have this discussion. But let's talk about addressing unmet patient needs, investment, revenue, global contribution. What does best look like? Think about the Canadian reality. Think about what the federal role is with the provinces and territories, and the fact that I think 29 million Canadians, if I heard it the other day, rely on private insurance programs and employer-sponsored drug programs to get access as well. And then I heard it from the last breakout sessions was thinking ahead, like what are we planning for? The different therapeutic options that are coming are gene therapies. They're not just a drug, they're actually taking biological samples out of people, re-engineering them and putting them back into people. So it's not, we're no longer talking about in some cases one pill or injections over a set period of time. And some things are cures and they happen in a short period, and other things are chronic and for life. So with that, let's introduce our super panel again. And I think I see most of you on the line, but let's just do a quick roll call. As I do it, kindly introduce yourself to the plenary. Any reactions you have on what you've heard today or your experience with rare disorders? How did you get here? But in a really compressed period of time. So I did see Tom Kimmich. Why don't we start with Member of Parliament from Calgary Shepherd. Over to you, Tom, to start us off.
Thanks, Bill. Hopefully the volume's okay. I'm not using my headset because it's just simpler. So thanks for all those who are participating. I am, it's my second term I'm serving in. I represent the deep southeast part of Calgary. I have a hospital in my riding. I've been active on everything rare disease related. So I see some faces and names, people I've spoken to over the last little while. I mean, maybe just to address some ideas I have over the past 5 years, I have talked to many families, especially of young kids, who get the repeat treatment of our approval and reimbursement system, which is they see a drug in the United States that's doing miracles for children, and then they see that they can't get access to it in Canada. They get SAP access, the drug then gets approved by Health Canada and CADIF, then they lose SAP access, and then there's a whole reimbursement thing. So I've probably seen more GoFundMe pages than I ever thought possible of these, each one worse than the next, of families basically just trying to make sure their kids survive and get the same type of treatment from their healthcare system that they expected it to be. And just so everybody knows, like I have 3 kids with a rare disease called Alport syndrome. I had a daughter pass away a few years ago from a different rare disease as well. So like this is something that impacts me. I'm one of those patient families as well. I just happened also to be a politician on top of everything else. So thanks for having me on the panel.
Thanks so much, Tom. Ivana.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Ivana. I'm Director of Corporate Development for Genome Canada. Genome Canada has been involved in investing in research in rare diseases and other diseases for many, many years, since its inception and about 20 years ago. So one of our strengths, what we've seen is the federated model in Canada. We have regional, although we're located in Ottawa, we distribute federal dollars to this space for research. We also work in high collaboration with our regional centers across the country. So we see that as a strength, and work very, very closely with those on the ground, the clinicians. And most recently, on the type of projects that we fund, we insist on collaboration with the funder, the payer, the ministries, the provincial health authorities. and the labs, for example. Much of our research goes toward diagnosis, which of course is very important for this space, but that then complements the therapeutic piece as well. So I'm really happy to be a part of this conversation.
Thanks so much. Suzanne.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Suzanne McGurn. I'm recently appointed as the CEO of CADIF. My former life is as a civil servant in the province of Ontario, and my background is a nurse, and I worked clinically for almost half my career before moving into government in a variety of nursing jobs. And like many individuals on this call, certainly have my own experiences with healthcare system and circumstances similar to those that many of you are dealing with. I did only join the last few minutes, so I can't understand completely the context of the discussion today, but I will say the last 2 or 3 people that I heard speak, really did reflect a depth of understanding and of the complexity of this issue. So look forward to contributing to this dialogue.
Thanks. And Brent did a great job earlier. So thanks, Suzanne, for lending us Brent for a while and for being here today now. Next up, we have George. Where's George? There he is. Newfoundland, or are you in GTA now? Oh, George, mute. Your mute button is on. Sorry.
Pardon me, Bill. Yes, hi everybody. George Wyatt here, and I'm in Nova Scotia, avoiding any potential for infection. When we have 5 cases here, we go crazy. But normally I live in the GTA area. So my background and how it really applies to this, and amongst other things that I do, is I've been doing reimbursement in Canada for about 30 years. And just added up the other day how many rare disease files we've been involved in the last 5 years. 18. So we can speak about quite a number of them. And I've got some ideas, some of which are my own, but most are really stealing from others.
Thanks, George. Craig, over to you.
Yeah, hi, Craig Campbell. I'm a child neurologist, chair of pediatrics in London, Ontario, at the Children's Hospital of Western Ontario and Western University. I have been involved in rare disease, both from 2 sides, really. One, novel therapeutic trials and being involved as a site PI in a number of clinical trials, right from phase 1 through to sort of phase 4 studies, and have sort of lived the journey with patients and families navigating this. But also been very involved in sort of real world evidence generation. I lead the pediatric side of the Canadian Neuromuscular Disease Registry, and that's a registry that has worked to structure itself to respond to some of the needs in rare disease, first as clinical trial planning and now in post-marketing surveillance. And I also chair the global version of the CNDR, which is the Treat NMD. So again, a global neuromuscular disease registry platform, which has hundreds of registries working together to try and generate real world evidence that's impactful for the stakeholders in this field. So
Excellent. Thanks, Craig. Fred, I don't see you on my big Zoom panel yet. Are you somewhere?
I'm here, Bill.
There you are.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Fred Horn. I'm a health policy consultant based in Edmonton, and I'm also a senior advisor with 360 Public Affairs. I've worked in health policy in Canada and in other countries as well for most of my career. Started out as a community health planner, and I'm a former minister of health in Alberta. I guess, my introduction to this subject was almost baptism by fire in a sense, being on the receiving end as minister for requests for special authorization for patients suffering from rare disease, and finding to my horror that we had very little, if anything, in the way of guidance or policy framework with any of our 18 drug programs in Alberta to guide me. So I will say I've had the opportunity to help support CORD including in the rollout of the 2015 rare disease strategy, and also some on the record, but a lot of off the record discussions with other ministers of health, current and past, and even to the point of some discussions a number of years ago about the idea or the need really for a national program for rare disease drug coverage in Canada, and quite surprisingly found a fair bit of interest in that, at least informally. So pleased to be here. Thanks.
Thanks, Fred. Joan.
Hi there, I'm Joan Pollan. I am a patient advocate and ambassador for PHA Canada. PHA stands for Pulmonary Arterial Hypertension Association of Canada. My daughter was diagnosed in 2014 at the age of 24 with severe PAH, and she's currently on the gold standard of medicine that's been around since the late 1990s, and it is the last medicine that she will be on before lung transplant. So we keep our fingers crossed that there are stem cell therapies and gene therapies just down the road that might make it to see us.
Thanks, Joan. We hope for you too. Rebecca, I saw you earlier.
Hi, Rebecca Yu. I actually head up the market access and external affairs at Takeda Canada. And so under that domain, we have HTA, and I know Suzanne's here for CADIT. We've got pricing, PCPA, and external affairs. Takeda has probably, the interest is that Takeda has probably over 50 or 60% of its pipeline is in rare diseases. A lot of them are coming through probably in the next few years. So we have a lot of interest in that space. Interestingly enough, I'm not speaking on access on this panel. George will be. I was brought in because of my previous role, and thank you to Durhan and Bill for inviting me. In my previous role, I did a lot of work for R&D and innovation, and that's the part I'm going to speak to. In terms of background, I'm also a pharmacist by training. So the patient piece is very, very important for me. I'm right now working voluntarily on part-time on the weekends as a pharmacist. And it's, I think it's especially important right now, given the pandemic situation. So I think it's amazing that, Bill and Durhan, you're able to put this together. And I look forward to the discussion on the panel.
Fantastic. So earlier we used the analogy of a house, right? But in some ways at that point, we were building a house, but it was a house in the sky. It was imagine if Canada was not Canada, and we had people who were talking about R&D and development as the foundation. We had Brent on the inside of the house, sort of helping frame it out from the middle. I mean, Fred Horn, because we had two Freds on that panel, we're talking about, what are the policy overlays, sort of the roof that really ties it together so you can actually see it from outside. The challenge for this panel is, can we bring the house out of the sky and put it in Canada somehow? And George, you gave us a little bit of a teaser there. You have some ideas ready on the floor. So I'm hoping, and I know you'll be able to sort of kick us off on some of our key questions that Durhan has challenged us with, like, what is the ideal vision? What are the critical success factors for actually getting there? What are the components of that house? Like, what are the components of that framework? And are there pros and cons? We're not going to get through all of them, but let's touch on a few of them. And George, lead it off with what you teased us with earlier, please.
Okay, because I think really what has come to my mind is I'm impatient, and I'm old enough to be impatient now. So that's where it's coming from. I think we really need to stop talking. We've been working on this for a very long time. I was working on this before Durhan started up with CORD. We've made changes over the years. Some work, not a lot. We can do better. And I think the recent COVID example shows how well we can do as a country and how well we can work together. So I looked at this from, we need to have some principles, and I think we all have them. Like I said, I'm going to steal from others and might insert a few of my own. None of these I think are really new. We have to have a patient first focus. We can't leave them behind. We need to continue to research for solutions, and that's not just clinical, but financial issues as well, because we do really need to have drugs that provide clinical value and also are affordable. Some people have talked about socially responsible pricing. But on the other hand, manufacturers do need an incentive to come to this country, because we're seeing manufacturers in light of PMPRB decide, well, maybe we're not going to come to Canada. That doesn't serve Canadians at all. So we need to find that balance, and it's very, very difficult. I really don't think it's easy, but we can do it. We can show that we can do it, and we just really need to redesign perhaps some of the things that we're doing. You know, we talked about, you know, redesigning the CADTH evaluation. Even CADTH published a paper on this in 2018 with Trevor Richter, who I've known for a long time, and, you know, I respect his opinion. PCPA has not worked as well as a lot of people would have liked. Maybe we've saved some money on the payer side, but the delays have been sometimes unconscionable. So what it comes down to, and the fact that we've got such a fragmented system, PCPA is part of that. Maybe it's time for national pharmacare, but not in the way that we did Medicare. Because one of the advantages I have is my dad's still alive. He's a doctor. He was involved in the original negotiations around Medicare in Newfoundland. And it was all or nothing then. And perhaps one of the things that we need to think about is maybe we start with rare diseases as a national pharmacare program, or a pan-Canadian pharmacare program, whatever you want to call it, and just get started, because we're going to make mistakes. Nothing's ever perfect. We're going to learn from those mistakes. And, you know, many of you know, in the pharmaceutical world, I've not been always complimentary towards CADTH, but I have to say, I look at that organization and how much has changed over the years. And I said this recently, I'm supportive of any organization that wants to look at itself and see how they can do things better. And CADTH is one of those organizations. So, you know, kudos to the team that you have there, Suzanne. A lot of them have worked hard over the years to do that. You know, I mean, I think it's something that we really need to think about, is sort of how we do this. But at the end of the day, is it just time to act? Because as Fred said, it's the status quo doesn't work. So maybe we just need to act, figure out as we go along, and understand that things are going to have to be different.
So George kicked it off. Feel free to put up your hand if you have, if you want to jump in. Anyone, Suzanne, over to you.
Thanks. For those of you who don't know me, I'm usually not shy to speak, but I will say you're one of my first groups in my new role. So I'll be trying to make sure I'm wearing the right hat for the conversation today. A couple of comments about, you know, sort of where George kicked off the conversation. I would agree wholeheartedly. This is one, I spend a lot of time in the pharmaceutical file over the past 5 years, and you have a great panel in front of you today. The speakers here on this panel are people I admire greatly. I was really impressed with the comments that was made earlier about having a principled approach, because I do think that that's the path forward. And that means that not everything, even in a patient-focused world, will necessarily always be funded. There will be difficult choices, but those choices are a lot, can be talked about a lot better in a principled approach. I agree with George. I think there's a Canadian tendency to try and get it right, perfect, and trying to do that, particularly as the world moves forward as quickly as it is. And, you know, my job at CADTH, and, you know, I've inherited an organization, George, that, as you say, has changed a lot in the last few years. And certainly when I first approached the learned about CADTH, it was when Pete Coder was first coming into the organization, and there was a lot of concerns, and I think that's been very successful. But a couple of things that I would flag, because I do think sometimes really pausing and surfacing assumptions and making sure we're having the right conversations, not attributing emotion to issues that maybe aren't as clearly understood. And again, you know, I've lived here long enough in this file to understand that one of the hesitancies of trying to do something and just take action is, if you don't get it right, the risks are pretty high. And so I do think the language of innovative spaces and sandboxes to try things are important, but I think that means for both industry and patients and all of the organizations, that means just because we did it once and maybe it looked like it worked and it didn't, that we have to be prepared for change, and that, you know, that understanding from all players is important. I think the other thing is, and I have been watching the chat, and for those of you who know me, I'm also very familiar with PCPA. I think it's one of those moments where, I do think this is where sort of context matters. The number of products that have come through for funding in the last 5 years is accelerated at a growth, not just in the rare disease, but in the regular space. And I think it's important to recognize that it might actually have been worse without PCPA. I know that may not be what it feels like, but I think it's those kinds of attributions that do stand in the way of our success. I think everyone needs to go into this with an open mind that we're going to have some failures, but it's only through those experiments and failures that we're likely to see success. And, I would just say to Fred's opening comments, my very first day on the job was related to a rare disease in a room with Fred. And it was very high profile. And I do think we've made a lot of progress. We just don't talk about it in the right way, but there is certainly a long way to go. And like many of you, I certainly would have aspired to be further along in this journey after 5 years. So, I would just echo the comments of a principled approach and being very thoughtful and being very forgiving of people as we move forward with this.
Thanks, Zen. And Fred, you wanted to jump in next, and then we'll keep it going.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's hard to follow on the comments, the great comments, the points that have already been made by George and Suzanne. But what I will say is one question. I mean, for me, the foundation of any solid public policy, the guiding principle is form should follow function. So being clear on the principles, but as well as the outcomes that we want to achieve, I think are absolutely, fundamental before formally endorsing one particular approach. That said, I think from a governance perspective, one thing we've got to consider is how feasible do we believe it is to achieve a rare disease strategy on a pan-Canadian basis and implement it under the sort of rules of engagement that currently exists. So the breakout group I was in, we talked a lot about concerns around accountability and transparency on decision-making at the provincial level, particularly after a PCPA recommendation had been issued. And I mean, I've been in that position where I was, the lead province on a negotiation for a particular drug. The recommendation comes forward. You think you've moved the yardstick ahead with your colleagues, and then you find that there are some provinces that, for reasons that are, incomprehensible, have decided not to pursue it at this time or to reject it outright. So in consideration of this, I think it's a legitimate question, given that we're talking about a very, special group of Canadians with very special needs that cannot be analyzed in an environment that we would normally attribute to decisions about, quote, mainstream healthcare services. Is this something where we want a governance model where we've got to rely on each province to make, to exercise autonomy and make an individual decision on each drug or therapy in the context of their provincial set of drug programs? Or do we actually want to strive for something that provides a reliable evidence-based approach to reach a reasonable conclusion, and then focus on how we deliver that access to all Canadians? I think this is different, and in that respect, George talked about sort of Medicare and the founding principles. I think this is different, and I think we do have to consider that going forward. And it may well mean that the federal government has to bear a higher share of the cost, or it will certainly mean that there will be inequities in the degree of responsibility that provinces take. But it might be worth it. And I agree that we don't have a lot of time.
Tom, do you want to jump in terms of any of your experience talking about jurisdiction? Because you've got, I know you've teamed up with your counterpart at the provincial level to talk about individual, patient access. Are there any learnings from where you've sat and the kinds of calls or statements that you've had to make?
Yeah, I mean, Fred will probably appreciate this, but as an Albertan, I cringe now whenever I hear Pan-Canadian anything. Put Pan-Canadian in front of anything, and Albertan will typically say, and I'm going to say, no, thank you. We can do it ourselves better than the rest of you can. And I was, I missed the middle of the conference because I was on a 2-hour call with the health minister here in Alberta, along with my colleagues. And frankly, like in my experience, I've had a way better relationship with my Alberta health minister, and in trying to get, for example, Spinraza, and was 3 or 4 weeks into his term as minister, that Spinraza was approved. This is after 3 years of me hard lobbying the provincial minister for reimbursement in the province for kids under 18. I can tell you, and like I saw one of the comments there about how bringing all government bodies together, whenever you include that, you're going towards the lowest common denominator typically, because then you don't just have every single civil service agency debating amongst itself what's best for them. You have then 10 plus the territories and the federal government, and then you have political considerations that come into it. So anything pan-Canadian, especially something that affects what is an exclusive provincial jurisdiction, and I oppose national pharmacare on 2 grounds. It's an exclusive provincial jurisdiction, and 2, it does nothing to achieve access, and access should be the first principle. Access to the latest drugs for the condition that you have that either alleviates your symptoms or it cures your condition, because in a public healthcare systems plural like we have in Canada, you have taken away patient choice in a lot of situations. My choice is then to go to America to seek treatment, and I know way too many families that do that and they pay out of pocket, or they start a GoFundMe page, and that's not a solution that you want to see. So access needs to be the top one. And I have this argument with my provincial counterparts all the time. They say it's too expensive, the companies ask for too much, the manufacturers are, holding these patient organizations, the patients against us and trying to lobby for it. Well, yeah, that's the nature of politics, that's the nature of public policy. You have people with different interests who are colliding together, and you have the civil service, the bureaucracy, the regulations in the middle. And what the job of politicians is, and again, I think Fred's going to appreciate this, is to make the right decision for as many people as possible while looking at, the finances and the public treasury. That's someone else's job provincially. I respect them, but I have a job. My job is to ensure access to drugs for my constituents, and I'm not going to make any apologies for it, whether that's spinal muscular atrophy has been the biggest one so far in the past 3-4 years, but CF is another one. Zogensa, Health Canada approved this morning, and there's just a cornucopia of acronyms of rare disease conditions, and then different rare disease drugs that are out there to treat their conditions. So pan-Canadian is usually going to be cringing for a lot of Albertans, and I'm sure Quebecers will see it the same way. Don't tell us how to do things in our own province. We can figure out our own way, but at the same time, like, the coordination is the biggest component and the biggest source of disagreements for many of us. Coordination too oftentimes means he who pays decides, and that has to stop in a lot of ways. So the federal government has the ability to provide financial resources, which is what it's doing with $1 billion it allocated in budget 2019. I want to see what exactly that $1 billion is going to be put towards, because there's been very, very little details provided publicly so far. I know patient organizations have gotten way more details, but that's where the rubber hits the road, where money gets spent, and then who pulls the strings.
Thanks so much, Tom. Well, that's definitely lit things up. Rebecca, was that a hand or a pen?
Yeah, that's a hand and a pen. Thank you. So just a couple of thoughts. As I'm listening to the different panelists, I was actually recently introduced to a organization in Europe, and I'll be honest, I'm still learning a little bit more about it. I'm going to be talking to the Secretariat later this week. And it actually is something that I think we could all maybe look at adopting. It's called Trust for RD. And it sounds like it was actually led by the Belgian payer or the government. So this is the minimum of work that I know. And I'm going to find out more. And what they did was they hired a secretariat, a firm much like yourselves, Bill, to help to create that platform. And the Belgium payer and the government, they actually invited different folks. So NICE is involved, Haas is involved, patient groups are involved, private sector is involved. I don't have to list. I'm happy to share some of the slides I have. And you know, they have a publication that did come out recently. And the idea was to bring the group together where, and I love the acronym of Trust for RD, because I hear different folks have different perspective. And the idea is to remove the hat that you have, which has, all of us have a bias of what, you know, what you want to do because of the job you have or who you are or the nature of the experiences you have. But at the end of the day, everyone that I see, that I hear, have one goal in mind, which is ultimately you want to have the right drug for the right patient and to be able to get those access to the patient as soon as we can, as quickly as we can in the current, you know, environment that we're in right now. And so how do we do that? And I know that we need evidence, and, you know, there was talk about, Dr. Campbell talked about evidence generation. Certainly that's up to the industry to actually work on that. But in this type of patient population, it's very difficult. So that's part of what this Trust for RD does. They come up with problems, and how do we work together to come up with an imperfect solution, knowing how challenging the problem is. So things like you can't use a pharmacoeconomic model like you normally do. So what can we do instead of that to get there? You can't do a head-to-head trials that go standard like you normally do because there's a limitation on the population or whatever that is. How can we do, what can we do to agree on? You need to prioritize. You can't do everything. If you go to the government, they can't do everything that we need them to do. So what does that look like? And I think the first step, in my opinion, is to find that platform and think about that common goal and how do you get to trust. The thing I do want to talk about on the research innovation, which is really why I'm part of the panel, is that I do think it's a very important pillar. And, you know, Darhan and I talked about it, and that's why she's asked me to speak to, I think, part of it as well because of my previous work. And part of my previous role was actually building an alliance and bringing people together, including the government, including the patients, including academia and researchers and industry. And, you know, Canada is competing really very much in a global world. A lot of times we think that we're very big, and we actually even compete amongst ourselves, provinces with different provinces, but we're really, you know, quite small, relatively speaking. And so my job very much in the previous role was to actually showcase and promote what's here. The great science that's here, the great research that's here, the, you know, great hospitals we're here. And we often talk about Canada as one country because we're one of the most diverse population probably in the world. If you're to conduct clinical trials, this is the place to be. But to attract, I think, global, and the many times that I've been selling Canada, you have to have the right environment, right? And you know, one is, of course, and I'm not going to talk about PMPRB, that doesn't help because oftentimes it goes all the way to the top and the CEO comes back and says, okay, we hear about PMPRB, what's happening in Canada? But the second is also the science. I mean, you have to have great science, and Canada's amazing. You know, Alberta, BC, Quebec, Ontario are the 4 hubs, and sorry for the rest of the provinces, but there's great stuff everywhere, the Atlantic as well. And there's strengths in each of different provinces. And how do we sell that? AI is one. When you think about the diagnosis of patients and rare diseases, how are we leveraging those different COEs that we have and having partners and the right attitude? Anyway, so one of the things that I think we need to do is sell more of that. But to attract that investment of clinical trials, we have to do it together, and we have to showcase what's out there. And you need to, it's a little bit of that cycle, right? It's, you know, it's, if you don't do A, you don't get to B. And if you have those center of excellences, and, you know, my recent experience, I did that in oncology, actually, since I joined Takeda. And I introduced our R&D team to Downtown Oncology Group, OICR, and all those groups there. And 2 years later, there's a partnership now with our startup in Ottawa-based startup. And they've not bought the company, then moved it out. It's a two-way street, and it's not just about the money, it's about the expertise and the know-how, and how do we get this great science into commercialization to patients ultimately. And why I think this is important, and why I think it's an important pillar is, if you can get patients in rare diseases in clinical trials, maybe there's a way to work with the government to figure out, is there a way to get early access? Is there a way to get the evidence that Dr. Campbell needs to get so that we don't get to the stage that reaches Suzanne and what she's supposed to do with the data that's not going to meet what she needs, right? Can we partner with Health Canada? Think of a pilot of, you know, I recently brought in our R&D head.
Becca, I'm going to interrupt you, okay? Because I know you could probably give us the entire program, but we've got I really want to
that's
make sure that we only have a few minutes left in terms of this panel. So I want to make sure that we're able to get everybody else into it before we'll have still time afterwards to do more of a wrap up. So hopefully if you can stay there, we can come back to this.
I can do
I
that.
do think that what everybody is saying is that the necessity of building on what we already have is critical, because we do, as Rebecca says, and as others have said, we've got some great components here. I think the other thing that's coming out very clearly is that it really has to be a total solution, right? So I think as you know, we heard some of the patients talking about how come we don't get these clinical trials. I think that's critical. And one of the things that we're hearing from Rebecca and others is that because we have to invest here, we have to use our capacities here to invest. And if we were investing, we could do more in terms of getting in. So I think we talked about in the beginning, what do we need in terms of rare disease strategy in order to make sure that when we're talking about drugs, it also fits into the whole system, right? Drugs do not stand alone by themselves. Maybe if you don't mind, Bill, we can maybe make sure that we bring in some of the others, because I know some people do have to leave as well. So just to make sure that we get back to Craig and some of the others in terms of how they would see, you know, this rolling out as we're talking about the key components here.
Yeah, and maybe I thought Rebecca led well into Craig and Ivana too. Essentially, Joan, R&D and the clinical, like at the coal face of actually helping patients is pretty common in Canada. You know, you can't just be in Manitoba, right? You have to actually, there are clinicians in Manitoba that serve patients in Thunder Bay, for example. So I don't know, Craig, if you want to talk about that.
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to pick up on a little bit, even back to Tom's thing. I think, you know, well, I'm not trying to be overly naive to say that the provincial jurisdictions don't matter. I mean, what we see on the disease community side and on the clinician side is in fact a real appetite to work together. And I think that's one of the strengths of Canada compared to, what I see in other jurisdictions. So in fact, I think we've been effective to build data collection mechanisms and structures that are participated across the country. And for me, I think taking a more disease community approach to right across this idea. And again, I'm not trying to sound naive, but I will be guilty of being always an optimist. But I think far too many times along the process we're talking about drug access rather than dealing with a rare disease. And I'd like to see that even that language change through the whole process. But I think that does then drive how you think about things. There's no more adversarial kind of, I often like to say, we go through these processes and all this happens and everyone's there for a good purpose. But sadly, it seems like at the end of the line, when you look back, almost no one's pleased with how things went. And yet, everyone really individually put their best effort in. I truly believe that. But then should it leave us all with a sour taste at the end? And I think if we can take that, disease community approach, and I think that can land in all the parts of, the regulatory approval, generating consensus statements from the disease experts rather than, sort of testimonials, generating patient preferences rather than a bunch of testimonials, coming in for review. And then on the other side, as Rebecca said, really linking data collection through real world evidence mechanisms to access. So if you are going to, have access to a drug early on, maybe before, because we know patients are getting access through compassionate release programs, through all these things. People are getting access before reimbursement. Why not make it work for us rather than all these one-offs and people having to parade their children into the media? It just is not, it's not ideal. So let's have a disease community approach all the way along is how I would say.
Can I jump in again? Because I really want to build on what Craig says and the conversation I saw going between Suzanne and Jacob as well. And I do appreciate your clarifying that. And that is, and maybe what Rebecca's saying as well, can we take a pilot approach? We've got a perfect example sitting right in front of us. We just had today Health Canada approved Zogensa in your backyard there, Craig. are you folks prepared to be able to take this on in a pilot basis where we're saying we don't have to wait, right, until we've gone through all of the steps before we begin to provide access, because there is a timeliness to it. Is this something we can take on? Could you folks design that? And Suzanne, I go back to you as well with Candace. Is this something we can work at and say, here's the opportunity to short circuit what is usually something between 7 and 14 months in terms of getting access to patients?
Well, even, and Durham, I'm just going to add even a little layer of complexity. I mean, there's 2 drugs for SMA going through review at this moment, one that just got approval, you know, and if we could somehow take a step back, could we actually use that to our advantage for access in terms of, you know, asking pharmaceutical companies to work together, compare it, you know, asking as a post-marketing commitment, you know, to have a head-to-head, you know, trial of these things, which gets people access, but gets us evidence. So, you know, these kind of creative ideas, if we think as a disease community.
Suzanne, I'm going to really put you on spot. You're on mute though. You can't get away with being on mute. Still can't hear you.
On mute. Yeah.
No.
Is it on your thing?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Perfect. Durhane, I would say, you know, I can't actually tell you about Zogensa today, but I can say, you know, I agree that there's an opportunity to do things different, and I am one of the first people that has a high comfort level with taking a risk and trialing things. But I think, you know, similar to Dr. Campbell's comments, everyone has to be in this together with the right reasons. And, you know, a couple of you know, practical examples. Lots of times, as you just articulated, Durhane, it sounds like, you know, CADTH is months behind. Often it's not CADTH is months behind. It may be that the submission from the manufacturers didn't come at the same time. You know, it would be in many cases really helpful to have more comparative information. And I think, George, you said earlier something about, you know, accountability, not just for government officials and processes, but also the manufacturers. And I do think, you know, finding the right way to talk about both meaningful, I don't want to use the word penalties, but, you know, where hope is coming where hope is being promised when really that's not what the evidence we see as it moves its way through. And I think we do have to be able to more nimbly move between these products as we learn more about them. And I think for patients, you know, to have as best information as possible. And, you know, George will know I've been saying this for years. There's nothing worse than, you know, having patients who are dealing with life-threatening illnesses to have promise held out to them that, you know, isn't, you know, what it sounds like early on, and being able to have that conversation thoughtfully. So Durhane, I'm, you know me, I'm always up for a challenge, but I do think CADTH has done a lot of things already to shorten that timeline as much as possible. And I think there's more that can be done.
You missed the earlier discussions when we talked about how the system has improved, and definitely CADTH was one of the big areas. Everything from, as you say, the timelines, the special processes, the ability to bring in patient engagement. I think we know that we wouldn't be having this conversation today if we hadn't moved some of those things along. So I think we all believe that. But it's an interesting opportunity, as we say. I mean, as Craig says, we've also got, you know, another drug coming in from Roche at the same time. It's in, actually, I think we just did send the submission to CADTH. You know, is there an opportunity to take all three and to shake them out and say, okay, what's the best pathway for patients in terms of having all three options available to clinicians, and can we find some ways of making that happen? So I agree very much. Sorry, Bill, I'm going to hand it back to you to kind of work your way through the rest of.
No, thanks, Darhan. That was terrific. Maybe I wanted to bring it back to Ivana, because we haven't heard from Genome Canada much. And when we were talking about what works in the Canadian Bumblebee as a federation, you know, Genome Canada has managed to, I don't know, cajole and push and create a network across the country with different systems for early diagnosis of gene-related diseases. And I was thinking about the network of blood disorders too, Darhan, that we sometimes have on. Like, there are systems that actually can work in a federated model that respect provincial jurisdictions, to Tom's point. but it takes leaders like your organizations to do that. I don't know if you want to comment anything on that point about how Genome Canada has managed to stitch together the country.
Yeah. So for sure. So the model is, for those who might not be familiar with it. So we are a federal organization based in Ottawa, and we leverage federal dollars into the various provinces through our programs. But that is partnered with co-funding, often through the various ministries that support the different life sciences sectors that we support in the different provinces. And then we have our regional administrative offices peppered across the countries with whom we work. So that's the system. But what I wanted to bring up as an example is, lots of lessons learned. This isn't an easy process to make a federated model work. But most recently in the rare disease space, we have a program called All for One. Originally we thought we'd just, get some funds specifically for mission type of program in rare diseases. And we did get some pushback. So we leveraged another program that we had, having to think outside the box. And with a two-stage process. So building capacity for genome sequencing across the country, which is oftentimes, special access, it's sent out, instead of can we do this within our borders. So we leveraged our experts with whom we have very strong relationships to build a series of clinical demonstration projects in the various provinces. And the plan is to then layer on top of that, once all of that is underway, to build a data strategy between each of them. So that is not a simple task. So each project is partnering with health economists, and also there's a plan to build in the patient voice, but specifically with the lab receptors and the ministries. At the end of the day, to understand their nuances for data stewardship, for example, per province, and then how does that build on a certain level? How can we network for that data sharing piece on top of that? Understanding very well that there are differences among the provinces. So it's not it's sort of like a grassroots type of approach, but certainly with the bigger picture that there will be a national data strategy for sharing.
Does that resonate with you, Joan and Durhan and Fred, who are sort of building the Canada's rare disease strategy? And actually many people in the plenary were part of that too. It was not top down in any way. It was, Durhan, does what Ivana just said sort of hit the right notes for what you're looking for?
It is absolutely so. And we're actually a part of, as CORD, some of the data sharing kinds of platforms that are taking place. And we're just thrilled that under the personalized medicine, Genome Canada has actually piloting on things like genome sequencing and having the information being able to be collected. There's more that's actually taking place that's in submission. So we absolutely believe in that. And I think also the fact that it is Genome Canada and we've got CHR and we've got clinics that are involved, including CHIO. I think those kind of multi-stakeholder approaches, as we said, we've got a rare disease strategy, which is not an official strategy, but it does exist for people to be able to do things around. And I think the more we can do, including, where Craig has in terms of those patient registries, right? How do we bring them all together? And I think you will know, Ivana, because we're all part of it. We also belong to a federated, international federated system, which is trying to be able to share data, across countries in a way that respects patient privacy and all the ethics and stuff, which is not that easy, but be able to have that information available globally. So I think it's working on coming in from many different areas. So absolutely, I think we support that and are thrilled, with the ability for Genome Canada to be able to actually innovate some of that as well.
Yeah, and if I may just add, I didn't add that there is a layer on top of that. There's one parallel project working with everybody called a policy toolkit, because everyone understand all the barriers that are here, and you hit a lot of them, Durhan. So I just wanted to add that piece. There's that added layer, certainly, that's following all of this.
I'm looking at the chat organization or chat group on the side, and I know some of the people there, and they're looking at the sausage making factory that is Canada, and it's ugly. Like and we had 3 case studies earlier that showed the roller coaster of challenges, almost the amazing funnel machine. Health Canada indications here, it comes down here at Cateth, and you might get a couple of genome types funded down there. And that's years later. So I don't know if we've I think we've made some progress on this panel. To keep, Craig, your optimism and your you know, we can do this. And you know, Joan, we're hoping that you're going to have like non-90s technologies for your family for PAH. But I mean, I do have to be sensitive to some of the issues that are coming up in the chat that still say like, look, it takes way too long. I know there's a process and policies and layers, but that's the problem we're trying to solve for right now. Joan, do you want the final word here? Because we you know.
Yeah, as a patient advocate and the mother of a patient, I mean, that's key. It's still, that is the key for patients. It has been, it always has been, it still is. The timeliness and the access to medication have got to be the two most important things. And it's important when we move forward that patients are part of the process from start to finish. If we can start doing that, if we can give, what I know from my own experience for the past 6 years doing this is I have had to learn everything myself, and that's okay. That is, but if I want to be the best advocate that I can be, and in order for me to be the best advocate, I need to understand all of the systems. You guys are experts in each of your areas, and you deal with each other all the time. As a patient or patient advocate, I have no experience in any of those things. We have no experience. We need to be given the opportunity to learn how to become the best patient advocates we can be, so that or whether we're a patient or just a mother, so that we can use the information that you guys don't have, that clinicians don't have about our daily lives to better inform the process.
Hey, Joan, this is why you're in our patient leader training program, right?
That is why I'm here.
The whole idea, I think, as everybody agrees, is that patient's personal experience is so critically important. There will never be a substitute for the patient and the parent and the family, right? But beyond that, we've got to be able to walk into the system at every single level to know kind of what those responsibilities are and how we can play. I mean, I think, Suzanne, you know at CADIF, right? In order to sit on that CADIF review committee, you cannot just say, okay, I'm coming in here because I've had a really bad experience with my own kid and I'm going to sit at the table. There's got to be training. I mean, not to the point where you become just another member of that committee, but you've got to be able to read the evidence. You got to be able to understand where other people's are. So that's what we're all about, right? So we agree. The problem, of course, is that we don't always train the other people in there to be mindful of where the patient perspective is. Sometimes we feel like, I remember doing leadership training, and one of the leaders said to me at one point, you know, Durhan, I don't need to do leadership training. I'm a great leader. Can you train my people to be better followers? I said, okay, I understand what your problem is now. But that's what we need, right? We need everybody to be trained in terms of where the others' perspectives are. And I'm not sure we do as good a job of training other people to be patient friendly as we do trying to make sure that the patients are able to, as somebody says, leap through all of those hoops as we're trying to say. So we've done a great job in training up some of our clinicians to be better advocates. I think this is amazing to me. You know, we forced them to, you know, kind of really use their voices in order to lead the way in many, many cases. So, you know, we've got a great group of clinicians that are advocates, and even in the researchers, as you know, we've also been able to do a lot, Ivana, in terms of getting researchers who once upon a time never thought of themselves as advocates.
And now they're actually speaking up. Patients have to be there with us. Yeah,
exactly. So
yeah. Durhan, you wanted to open it up to the plenary to sort of, we've got 20 minutes left before 5. How do you want to take the last 20 minutes?
I want to thank everybody. First of all, I want to thank Bill for actually driving this panel. This is, Bill will realize that when I set up this date, I gave him all the hard parts and I took the easy parts in the morning. So it was great. You know, let me do the panels that are somewhat manageable and easy, and let me turn over to you these open discussions. So kudos to you in terms of taking on that task and shepherding us through. I want to really thank everybody on this panel because it is so important, and people, that coming in from different areas that lend their expertise, and we've never had that kind of capabilities before. We can get a few more, from other stakeholders in there. I think that's so important, and especially, having had Tom here to be able to talk to us really from the point of view of where we're as a representative of the government, you sit and represent not the government, representative of the people, you come in. I think all of these are so very important. It's the only way we're going to get there, right? But I really want to, first of all, thank everybody for that and really respect when I know some people may have to leave. So we do want to respect that and understand that. And your contribution is not the last contribution you get to make. So, we will call upon you again. And especially, I think that for people like Suzanne, who have walked through many lives in terms of getting to us here. So, and has always had an open door to us wherever she's gone. So we appreciate that a whole lot. I really want to, but as Bill says, we can open it up for people who, add more into the chat line, and we'll bring some of that chat line into the open discussion, or for us to, try to bring this into more of a discussion. Let me say, as Bill, you're looking at the chat line and maybe bringing this in for discussion to kind of say where we're going next. We are going to summarize this conference. We will summarize also the webinars that we've been hosting the last 5. We will end up with a paper that will allow us to be able to say, where do we want to go next year? Next year, we want to be in intense consultations to talk about what could this look like. I know if Tom is still here, I don't know if this is the right thing to say, but we have heard rumors that there might in fact be a federal election coming up next spring. So if there is, I think we want to gird ourselves into place and have something that Tom is nodding at me. Oh my gosh, I was hoping you'd say, no, that's ridiculous. Of course, we're not going to have a federal election. But Tom is smiling and nodding at us. But we want to be in place with something that we can take to Tom, and we can take to the Liberals, and we can take to the NDP and say, here's what we hope you'll help us support, right? So nothing finished, but that's where we need to be. And I'm realizing in this discussion how far we have to go yet. What has really been important here, and I think we'd like to have a whole discussion around principles and ethics. What are the principles? Everybody's talked about it. We cannot go anywhere. And in our international panel said as well, right? What are our principles? What are the Canadian principles? What are our patient principles? What are principles that other stakeholders are bringing into this? I think we want to start talking about that as well. So that's going to be hugely important for us. So first of all, I just want to thank before everybody disappears, there's 2 really important people I have to thank, and I want to recognize that you haven't really seen. The first one you will know, of course, is Angela Cavato, who has single-handedly been making sure that this whole Zoom works perfectly, getting us in and out of rooms, but it's also set up everything for us. And I also want to thank Hillary, who has also been the one that's been able to bring you in, keep you communicated, bring you the information, and has put up with my horrible mistakes all along the way in terms of having wrong versions of documents, which she's had to sit out and bring back. I really want to appreciate that back room. And you know that CORD is a small team. We are a very tiny team, and we rely on people, to really come forth at 200%, 250% when we ask them to. And then we rely on people like Bill to actually keep us from getting too far into trouble and lend the expertise. So I just want to thank everybody in that respect. But I want to come back to it. And, I think we can talk about is what are the ways that, we need to move forward. And we're going to come back to the research strategy as well. So I'm going to turn it over, and thanks, Suzanne. I know she has to leave. Bill, maybe there's some other comments in there that we want to bring forth and speak to again before we let everybody disappear.
I mean, Rebecca, you were talking about almost what sounded like a sandbox, and Suzanne mentioned that earlier, like a safe place for discussions that is a little bit stripped of the rhetoric. So that's just something I wanted to pick up on from a lot of the conversation today. If this discussion was happening within the FPT governments and the agencies, it would always have, expensive drugs for rare diseases attached to it. The idea of was it trust for RD would kind of strip out some of that, that scarlet letter aspect of rare disorders and orphan drugs, and I don't know, give it an opportunity to, run it through some real life case studies and take your hat off from where you sat before and look at things a little bit differently. And I just have to say to all the patient leaders that were in the breakout groups and Joan and the 3 case studies, I think the way that you brought today together, Durhan and Angela and Hillary, around a case study approach that is patient-centric, that actually looked at that roller coaster, is the beginnings of something of what Rebecca was suggesting, and that we talked about, and Suzanne suggested around sandboxes. I'd love to see Ivana and Genome Canada's business case for how it actually happened to work. And I know you've done it before with the blood disorders, and there are some good examples that are therapeutic area focused, that are sometimes patient-led. So I just think that today really brought a lot of this discussion a lot further than it has been in a very long time, and virtually. So really well done. And thanks for having me be a part of a little bit of it. That's just an observation from where I'm sitting. We've got like 13 minutes left. You can let us out early, or you can get some final thoughts from groups. It's up to you.
We can certainly, let everybody out early if we want to. I do think that we want to talk a little bit about next steps, if you don't mind. I would love to do that. So just to be a little bit concrete about it, we will summarize this. And we're really grateful to scribes that have been working with us in terms of putting it together. I'm going to write to all the leads to make sure, and scribes to make sure we get their notes from what your sessions were, so we can put that together and certainly be able to summarize this session as well. I really want to lay out a plan for where we're going to go next, and hopefully we've got a great working group. We'll have a meeting early in the year to have the Rare Drug Strategy Working Group come together, and let's lay out the plan for the year, with the idea that, as Tom has gleefully pointed to us, that we might have to think about an election sometime in the middle of the next year, that we are in place to begin to have an ask and to have in place, a process that we want to think about and really have some recommendations for what we're going to do with $1 billion. I think the challenge right now is that the $1 billion is on the table, but there's nothing around exactly what it's for, which I think is kind of a great idea myself. It's like, it's sitting there, it's not exactly a candy box for us to pull from, but it does give us, I think, a lot more scope to figure out what's I would love for us to think about, as Rebecca's talking about, though, how much do we want to look at in terms of research and development? Where's the investment in here? Canada cannot just be a country that just takes and doesn't give. So we're going to look at all of these. We're going to send out a survey that everybody will get. We're going to ask you for your, not only reflections on kind of where we are now, but what are your suggestions for the key topics that we have to address? If we had a rare drug program, whether it's standalone, a supplemental process, hanging on to what's currently here, what do we have to address in there? We really want to understand, what do you think are the principles? What do you understand are the fundamentals? Is it, timely early patient access? Is it inclusivity of the patient voice? Is it all of those things? Is it assuring that we've got sustainability and affordability? I think all of those things we want to make sure that we're talking about, and we will have some sessions around that and how to bring it together. So our next steps then will be to come back, bring the working group back together. Let's look at what we've got so far. Let's lay out a plan for consultations in the new year that will take us into specific topics and into each of the provinces. So Tom, we're going to be in your backyard looking at kind of what Alberta is looking for, and we're hoping that you will bring together your provincial counterparts, and that we'll be able to be at that table together, say, okay, what does it need to look like in order for, I do not want us to end up with a solution and Alberta looks up and says, that doesn't look good to me, I don't want to be part of that. We've got to make it so that Alberta is part of it, the same as we've got to make it so Quebec's a part of it. We've got to make it so that Ontario and BC are all parts of it, right? So whatever we call it and however it's knit together, it's got to knit together somehow. So I think that's important, because the patients need to make sure that we are able to get that. So we're going to do that. Our aim is to hopefully have something that will be a document by the middle of next year. And, it might be a little bit challenging in terms of where we're seeing some of the political movement going, and that we will then have a summer of consultations again, and that we will by October have a document, have a plan that we can say to the federal government, you've got $1 billion. Here's how we believe, you should be thinking about setting it up and spending it. And we also want to be able to say, here's what the provinces need to contribute. And quite frankly, here's what the industry needs to contribute. So it's not just the federal government saying, okay, we got $1 billion in the kitty. We're all kind of working on that together. So that's our plan for next year. So next steps, prepare to see a summary. Hopefully you get a chance to comment on it, and then we'll move forward from there.
One last thing, the fall economic statement actually said that the federal government was going to come out with options within the next coming weeks. So for me, when that came out, that means that's the Christmas present that they're going to have for all Canadians under the tree are options for rare disorders. So keep an eye on that page too. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, no, actually, Bill, you raised something very important. We've been in consultation and conversation with Health Canada leads that are leading the rare disease drug strategy there, and they are very keen that we are able to coordinate. So we want it to be a coordinated process. It may not be the same, dovetail process all the time, but we definitely don't want to end up at the end of the day with us saying we're over here and Health Canada and the government saying we're over here and the provinces saying we're over there. That is not going to be acceptable. So we are going to coordinate with them as much as possible, and we're going to continue to hope that, Tom, that you will also bring in not only your provincial counterparts, be able to rope in some of your federal counterparts as well, so that we can, have that opportunity as well. So yeah, definitely. Thank you for raising that. Any last words from anybody? Happy to give anybody an opportunity to make a statement. All of you are unusually quiet for the kind of people I know you are. All right, I will take that then as a statement of a wrap. And really, again, thank you to everybody. Look forward to seeing you the next time around. Definitely have a good holidays, however you're going to spend it. And we cannot tell you how much we appreciate, your engagement, your involvement in all of this. So thanks a lot.